It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hey there, and thank you for joining us on 2K Sports. I'm Ernie Johnson. This NBA season didn't take long to get interesting, but these two gentlemen have always captured our interest. Say hello to Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Hello, Kenny.
Hey, how are you?
Hello, Shaq. Tonight we'll see the Miami Heat playing against the Sacramento Kings. Well, for Sacramento, they're in the midst of a 3-game losing streak, hoping to break out with a win tonight. We'll see if they can shake off the cobwebs. And guys, still some time left till tip-off. Let's talk scoring. Kenny, how did you look to establish yourself at that end of the floor, and when did you know you were in for a big night?
Well, for me, it was just about
everyone is in their seat and buckled in at the American Airlines Arena as the Heat look to grab a win here in Miami. Sacramento is working their way through a road trip going into today's game. All right, let's set the floor courtesy of Gatorade. All fueled up and ready to go. On the floor for Sacramento, we've got DeMarcus Cousins. Bellinelli is out there with Rajon Rondo. Then there's Rudy Gay.
You know, when you look at DeMarcus Cousins, he's clearly one of the more talented and also one of the most emotional players in the game. He's also one of the most teed up.
Assisted by Zoran, Dragic. Rondo with it. Boy, he just disappeared against Atlanta. They really needed him. He feeds it to Cousins. And the foul called on Larry Sanders.
Well, that was a quick foul for him there. The refs are certainly calling it close.
Gay in the corner. From downtown, good for the basket. Starting off 1 for 1 with that shot.
They really can't allow him too many open looks like that. I mean, that's just inviting trouble.
And it's Dragic off the drive. And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance to make it 3.
How about battling through the impact there and then willing that basketball in?
Boy, it does your heart good to see that kind of determination in a player. Really excellent focus that time.
The Heat shooting their first free throw attempt on the night.
And as a unit, they're shooting 78% from the line. That's a solid number to work with on the season.
Those are good numbers for any team. I mean, they can feel extremely good about their free throw shooting percentage this season.
And it's Sacramento's ball. They're coming into this game off that recent loss to Atlanta.
And with the number of turnovers they had in that game, guys, it was going to be an uphill battle all the way.
Especially when you couple the turnovers with the soft defense they were playing. That's a losing combination.
I love the ball movement there. He put that on a silver platter, just served him up.
And it's Dragic off the drive. Passes it to Dragic. Back to Dragic. The 3. Shot is off. Great D that time from Rondo. For Sacramento, they've gotten their first 3 shots to go in for them to start off this game. Well, Greg, after a run of 10 playoff trips in 11 years, the Miami Heat missing the postseason last year, they'd end up a game back of the 8th spot.
Yeah, and what's hard for the Heat, Kevin, is that they were in the playoff picture for most of the year, and as the season wore on, they slowly fell out of that top 8.
Now, here's Dragic. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Minnesota.
Now, that's a killer crossover. The defender got totally shook up by that move.
Here is Rondo. Cousins with a screen on Dragic. Rondo kicks to Cousins, and it's good, coming on the assist by Rajon Rondo. 6 points here for Cousins.
You know, guys, for the greater part of last season, it appeared as though the Heat were playoff bound. Even with the players they lost, most figured they would be playing postseason basketball.
Now here's Dragic. He has 5. Shoots from the baseline, and it's Miami with another.
And early on, they've been nearly perfect from the floor. Just the one miss here on their first 5 attempts. And one reason why the Heat did come up short in their playoff aspirations, they were very poor against other teams in the playoffs. So only went 15-31 against teams that had made it into the postseason last year.
Kings were off to a hot start last year, but things certainly fell apart midway. A big factor in that was the messy firing of their coach, Mike Malone.
Yeah, really, that firing came out of nowhere to the fans and the players, and seemed odd to fire a coach that has been leading his team to good basketball.
Here's what Miami's going with right now. Zeller is checked in for Sanders, and it's Jeremy Lin in for Zoran Dragic. Right now, let's find out what head coach George Karl had to say to our Doris Burke. Doris?
One player he said they can't overlook is Chris Bosh. He said Bosh is the perfect complementary scorer. He can hit the spot-up J and also really crash the offensive boards. We simply can't get so caught up elsewhere that we allow him to have a big night. And Kevin, at 6'11", Bosh really an anchor in that front court. When he plays well, they're tough to beat.
Thanks, Doris. The Heat making a switch here. Deng's checked in, and a change for the Kings. Collison's out there. Over to the wing. Bellinelli for 3. The shot's good. Collison making the play.
And, you know, we'll never really know the full details of why Malone was fired, but the effect it had on the team was easy to see. Kings really tailspinned out of control afterward.
No good from Dragic.
And you can see the defenders afraid to kind of get in his way a lot of times when he's on his way to the basket. But on that one, they were there.
That's good.
Assists like that have typified their effort today. Terrific ball movement.
Really a prime example of the difference in how these teams have operated offensively. Much more individual play at the other end. You know, the Kings, I think, will look back and realize they made a dubious decision the way they handled that coaching change. I mean, lucky for them, they were able to right things, so to speak, by landing George Karl later on. Clearly one of the better coaches in NBA history.
They're scoring boatloads of buckets. It's raining buckets from inside.
Well, the defensive rotations, Greg, have been a step slow, and it's really helped them get that ball inside time after time.
Ball's their first time out of the game. And guys, this is the first they're seeing of Sacramento.
And one of the few bright spots of their last season was sweeping the season series in this matchup.
Yeah, for sure. Neither team a big-time contender in their respective conferences, Greg, but when the teams are fairly evenly matched, it can still be entertaining basketball.
Amari Stoudemire is checked in for Miami. The feed to Casper. 1:10 left here in the opening quarter. Good ball movement here by the Kings. 6 to shoot. Collison for 3. Rebound by the Heat. They're coming off that win against Minnesota.
You just have to admire the versatility they were able to display offensively.
Scoring came from every direction, all over the place. I mean, if one approach didn't work for them, they found another one that did.
And out of bounds as the Heat gain possession.
And you know what? His mind's playing tricks on him right now because he's not going to live that one down easily.
The Heat trail by 5. Dragic kicks to Zeller. Puts up the baby hook. Kufis grabs the miss. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Caspi passes to Collison. Here is Caspi. He's covered by Zeller. And Caspi kicks to Collison. Collison with another miss.
Very dangerous to leave a guy like that open. Lucky break there for the D.
Give it up for Johnson. And the first quarter is in the books. Second about ready to get underway. And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for the Kings?
Fellas, they're passing the ball the way you're supposed to here in this first half.
Something else they've been able to do so far tonight is earn those tough points in the paint.
On the court for Sacramento, Rajon Rondo is out there with Collison. Then there's Rudy Gay. Then there's Caspi. And it's Cauley Stein in at the 5, roaming the paint. Now here's Gay. Coming in off a 10-point game his last outing. Rondo with a screen for Collison. Shoots it. Green for 2 points. 7 points for Rudy Gay.
Really well done there. Just confident and composed, never in a hurry.
And no question, G.A., Rudy Gay is one of those guys who has always put up great numbers, but in 9 seasons he's been in the league, only one playoff. Only one. Count him, one. Back in 2012.
Yeah, but what if he were still in Memphis, though, Kevin? I mean, that's one of it. Sometimes it's not always your fault that you're not getting there.
True.
You got to play on a good enough team, and he hasn't up to this point. So, yeah, he's had his moments of inconsistency and will disappear at times. So there's some shared blame there as to why he hasn't been more consistent when it comes to the postseason. This guy is a beast on the board.
And when he gets those second chance points, G.A., he does not waste one of them.
And you know what? It's always going to be a powerhouse finish with him. We know that for sure.
Doris Burke has some information for us. Doris?
Hey, Kevin, I got a chance to hear what George Karl was saying to the team. He was intent on running the offense through DeMarcus Cousins. Coach asked him directly to take the reins of their offense. He wants him to have a huge impact at that end of the floor for the rest of this game. Well, Coach not wasting any time in tweaking the game plan. We'll see if it makes a difference as we approach halftime, Kevin.
Thanks a lot, Doris.
And you know, back to Rudy Gay, he's a tremendous all-around talent. Physically, instinctively, skill-wise, he's got it all. Except that consistent winning touch, that remains to be complete.
Kings leading now by 3. Outside Rondo. Inside Cousins. That's good.
And thinking more about Rudy Gay, one key number I look at from last season, his assists. By far the most in his career, and that didn't translate into a ton of wins, but it very well could have been the next step toward getting those wins.
Now here's Sanders. Quiet so far offensively, searching for his first points of the game. Oh, and that one had the right spin on it, and it is good.
You know, you can give a defender a lot of trouble if you're consistent with that turnaround jumper. It's almost impossible to block.
That's good. That's 12 points for DeMarcus Cousins.
Guys, his consistency in terms of shooting has really helped them seize control.
Here's Dragic, and the rejection by Cousins. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Cousins. Still leading ball. Outside Dragic. Down low. And the dunk by Sanders.
How about that fantastic finish and the aggressive move, too, Kevin?
Trying to send a message, Clark, with that slam, I think.
And I'm not sure if it was text or email, but he definitely threw that one down.
And here are the Kings now after the Heat pick up 2. To the middle. Here's Moreland. The shot will not go. Now the Heat take it the other way. They host the 76ers after this game. No good from Dragic.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
Sanders against Cousins. It falls for the 6th time in 7 tries this contest. That's 86%. Now a timeout called by Miami. And as the coaches go to the clipboard to outline their strategy during the timeout, the players getting a chance to rehydrate with some Gatorade. That's key to staying fresh all the way to the final whistle.
And Kevin, it really is. And every one of these players knows it. They're all making sure to stay hydrated. It's impossible to play your A game if you're not getting enough to drink, especially towards the end of games when the physical toll of a long contest really starts to add up. And guys, you see how Rudy Gay just exploded last season in the second half. I mean, I think he felt at ease in George Karl's system. And I think that's one reason why you're starting to see just how good Rudy Gay can be.
Here's Moreland, and the rejection by Sanders. Love outside. To the wing right side. Right side, Dragic. Just 5 on the clock. Sanders trying to get open, and with that shot, the Kings lead is cut down now to just 4 points with the basket from Dragic. For a long time, critics have gotten on Gay for his lack of efficiency, but he quieted some of those voices, Clark, last year with his play and stats.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, across the board, he made nice improvements, not only in his scoring, but also his ability to create shots for others.
That mid-range jumper is just another one of his weapons.
Dragic dishes to Sanders. Puts up the baby hook. There's the bucket. Good. Sanders has got 6.
And I like the fact that he really was unfazed by that scoreless first quarter, and now you can see him getting into a rhythm.
Gay against Dang. They set the screen. Gay with it. He's picked up by Dang. Outside Rondo. No good on the 3. The Heat trail by 4.
And with the time left, they still can go 2 for 1.
Boy, they've got to do it fast. They must hurry from here. Boy, Kevin Love certainly is one of the best passing big men in the league.
Now here's Rondo. He's had some playing time, but no scoring yet from him. Gay right side. It's good, coming on the assist by Rajon Rondo. Rondo's got assist number 8 now on the night. The Heat have gone 8 of 13 in the second quarter, well above the 50% mark from the field. Kicks to Sanders. The jump hook, and the shot is good. Sanders has got 8 points.
The number of points they've scored in the paint already today is pretty eye-opening.
It really is, Clark. The defenders need to do a better job of closing those lanes to the hoop.
Dang. No good. And we're through the first half of basketball here, and what's been a good one. The Kings.
Thank you, Kevin. Coach.
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Hello again, everybody. I'm Ernie Johnson, joined by Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith, and it's the NBA Halftime Show on 2K Sports. DeMarcus Cousins having an outstanding game. He had 14 points and 1 block. An extremely potent first 2 quarters for him. What'd you think about Sacramento, Kenny?
Well, they called the right plays, and then they executed. Great job in the first half. That's why they were so efficient, and they shot so accurately. The defense threw a number of different looks at them, but they were always prepared because they were cool, calm, and efficient.
And over to Shaq. What'd you think about Miami?
Where was the sense of urgency? We all know they're capable of playing better, and no one wants to give up a ridiculous high shooting percentage. They need a little attitude adjustment in the second half, or this game will get away from them.
And that's it for halftime, as the second half is just about...
The third quarter now beginning. Both sides looking to pull away in the last half of the game.
And former coach of the year, George Karl, making his way back into the league last season. Kings picked him up halfway through the year to kind of stabilize their coaching situation.
Sanders is out there with Chris Bosh. Then there's Dragic. Then there's Kevin Love. And it's Dragic in at the 2-guard spot. So that's who Eric Spoelstra starts the second half with. And what a pickup to get a guy like Karl, Greg, on their bench, as you mentioned. He's just been a winner, Clark, his entire career.
Well, he's climbing the ladder in the all-time wins category as a coach, and also he's a cancer survivor. He's overcome a battle with cancer, and that also lends itself to having great compassion and respect for George Karl.
As did his son, Kobe.
That's
Remember
right.
that? Yeah.
That's right. It was a family affair.
Well, last season, Greg, another year without playoff basketball in Sacramento. A shame to see some of the best fans in the NBA not be a part of the postseason.
It's a great point, Kevin. Now, 9 straight years where the Kings have failed to make the postseason. 29 win seasons aren't going to get you very far when you're battling in the West.
The Heat trail by 3. Dragic kicks to Dragic. Picked away. And now the fast break. Rondo with the ball. Moreland with the bucket.
And good passing, setting up a lot of these buckets right now, Kevin. That's been the key.
Dime-dropping delights is what I call it.
That's a nice pass. I will give you that.
Yeah, he was on the money, that's no doubt. And that one's good.
And, you know, you mentioned the 9 straight years without a playoff appearance for the Kings. Their last trip was in 2006. And since then, they've been rebuilding. That's the second longest playoff drought in the NBA.
Rondo, no good. Now the Heat with it. A 2-point game. Outside Dragic. To the right side. Sanders in the post. He's guarded by Cousins. The score now all even. 10 points for Larry Sanders.
Well, if the Kings do make it back to the playoffs, you know they'll be dangerous. Their fans have been through so much the last few seasons. They really deserve to see a team in postseason contention. And they've got to talk to each other on D there. Miscommunication, and now he's able to make them pay.
DeMarcus Cousins can really be unstoppable at times on offense. He's shown star qualities ever since he stepped into the NBA. But it wasn't until last season that he was voted to the All-Star game.
Zeller, he's checked in for Larry Sanders. Now here's Dragic. He has 6. And Zeller kicks to Bosch. And here's Rondo. Dishes it to Cousins. And he banks in the layup. And it's a 5-point Kings lead. And back to Cousins last year. He was the first Sacramento King to appear in an All-Star game, which is hard to believe in over a decade. That is a long stretch, a long drought.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, no question he's been doing a lot of heavy lifting here early in his career. But I tell you what, you surround him with some sick talent, and I can see rings in this young man's future.
Well, they certainly didn't have much of a problem getting the ball into the post that time.
Yeah, and that's important because this game may ultimately come down to which team controls the paint in crunch time.
Now here's Dragic. He's got 13. Clock at 6. And fouled hard that time. He'll get to the line and shoot 2. Marco Bellinelli picks one.
Talk about being on his game. Look at the numbers for Dragic. 13 points, and he's added to his totals by picking up 3 points at the line as well.
Yeah, that'll balance out that stat sheet nicely. I mean, you always want to see at least a few points from the free throw line.
Well, you look back at the 2015 Heat, and the injuries are what probably brought that team down. We can go from Chris Bosh with the debilitating blood clot on his lung and on and on and on. The loss, of course, which was not an injury, of LeBron James. There are a lot of moving parts with that team.
And that's a great point, Kevin. If you take any star off a team, things are going to get difficult. It was impressive that the Heat still managed to stay competitive once Bosh went out.
And there's the foul on the shot. He'll go to the line for 2. And now a quick rundown of the leading free throw shooters at small forward this year. It's a pretty sure thing whenever one of them gets to the line. 5th, Rudy Gay.
And knowing what I do about the guys on that list, I can tell you they put a lot of long hours in the gym to get those percentages to where they are.
Well, you can't get those numbers without the work. And they've posted impressive numbers. And all of them are naturally gifted shooters, but you have to add to natural ability the work required to bring it to fruition.
Here's Caspi. Good work defensively by Stoudemire.
And although not a block officially, it might as well have been his ability to react and alter the shot.
Greg, I don't think there was any doubt about it. His defense threw him off on that shot.
And with that shot, the Sacramento lead is cut down to 2 on the bucket from Dragic.
You know, Bosh was the big injury hit for the Heat, but they had a lot of other injuries as well. I mean, had to use 31 different starting lineups last season, and 20 different players started at least one game.
Caspi, he's been patient so far, nothing yet on the scoreboard. That's good. And the Kings lead by 4.
You know, it wouldn't be a bad idea to put an extra body on him, get some help when he barrels his way in close. He's such a good finisher. He needs more than one guy to defend him.
Now here's Stoudemire. And another basket for Miami.
And injuries are something that you can't plan for, but you can prepare for them. And hopefully the Heat can avoid injury woes this season. If they can, they at least have players who have been through that struggle last year.
Here's Koufos. And so he draws the foul on the shot on trip to the line to shoot two.
And Costa Koufos, an excellent rotation center. I mean, he gets after it on the inside. He'll give you some rebounds, can block some shots. He's made himself into a factor.
Goran Dragic is checked in for Jeremy Lin. And Koufos not really a shooter, Clark. He does his damage around the rim.
Yeah, he really does. The former Buckeye is a great screen setter. He attacks the offensive glass, plays within himself, and knows his role, and he does it well.
Right side, Dragic. Releases from 15. The shot no good. And the Kings going the other way now. Clock management. This is where they can get a 2-for-1.
And Kevin, every opportunity counts.
To the inside. No good from Caspi.
And that's the way you want to defend. Nice job there.
Always important to have that good interior defense.
Koufos with the block. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Outside Collison. 12 seconds left to play in the third. The dish now to Koufos. They get the rebound. Pass to Caspi. Feeds to Collison. Second chance shot. And he gets it to go. And the Kings lead by 5.
I really hope he doesn't try that move again. It worked the one time, but he's not the guy to be working the crosser.
And then. All right, we welcome you back to what's been a hard-fought battle. Fourth quarter should be good. Kings leading now by 5. And a look at the 5 for the Kings to start the fourth. They've got Bellinelli. Also, Rajon Rondo out there. DeMarcus Cousins out there with Rudy Gay. Goes back up. Cousins, no good. And for the Heat, they're shooting one of the high points for them in this game at 54%.
Man, that is a missed opportunity right there.
And he'll be the first to tell you, Greg, that's one he should have knocked down.
Gay with no one around. And once again off the mark by Sacramento. Outside Dragic. And it's Sacramento with the rebound. They get to take on the Magic in Orlando after this one. And that game will be game 3 of 5 away from home. Rondo passes to Gay. To the paint. Here's Moreland. Lays it up and in off the pretty assist. Moreland's got the fourth quarter going with the first basket of the period here for the Kings. Guys, they're looking for a spark here.
Yeah, I mean, a cold stretch offensively. They desperately need a basket.
Dragic kicks to Bosh. Right block shot. Good.
And that's what they have to do more of. They got a great look out of that possession.
Kings leading now by 5. Now a timeout called by Sacramento.
And the Kings last season struggled with just about everybody. And the Eastern Conference was no different. Just couldn't get the wins they needed to keep pace in their conference.
And now Doris Burke has an update from the sidelines.
Yes, Kevin, over that break, I was able to catch the message George Karl was giving to his team. He told the players, let's put our foot on them and keep them down. We've got them exactly where we want them. I want to see you guys slow the pace, use the clock, and stay away from any silly fouls.
Thanks again, Doris. Clark, the Kings last season only 11 wins in 30 games against the Eastern Conference. Only had more out of the conference wins than the Wolves last season. That was not a good number.
Yeah, and the Kings Kings didn't have a winning record against any Eastern Division either. So you can't make up ground in the West if you can't beat the teams in the East.
Cousins with a screen on Dragic. Gay outside. 4 on the shot clock. Looks good, is good. That's his 7th basket in 12 tries.
You can't afford to give him that kind of a look.
Well, you know, he came off a good screen, but still, as a defender, you've got to do a better job of fighting over and through that.
But they'll get another chance. Bosh. And you can count it. He'll go to the line with a chance to make it 3.
Where's the box out? Some easy second chance opportunities there.
Those kinds of mistakes drive me crazy and will absolutely derail a team's chance to win.
The Heat making a switch here. Dragic has checked in. Rondo kicks to Cousins. And 2 free throws coming up as he misses that one. Drawing the whistle and a lot of contact there. And, of course, Chris Bosh has been such a prolific scorer and rebounder in his career. He's not quite in the 2010 category for his career. But, boy, Greg, he's close.
Yeah, I mean, good athleticism, that big wingspan, and not an overly physical player, but very instinctive on the backboard. And when it comes to scoring, particularly from that mid-range area, he can do it all.
Sanders inside. Cousins is there. That's good. 12 points for Larry Sanders.
Yeah, great execution there. The turnaround, such a difficult shot to defend.
On the topic of Chris Bosh, I mean, guys, he was a 24-11 player his last season with Toronto. Went on to Miami to win rings where his stats dipped a bit with LeBron there. Then last season, the scoring average right back up to 21 a game.
I mean, he was great in his last game, Clark, and clearly he has not lost that love and feel.
Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. It's stolen by Rondo. Here's Gay. There's the pass to Rondo. Back to Gay. 6 on the shot clock. Shoots from the elbow. Rebound by the Heat. Sanders has got his 3rd rebound on the night.
Talking about Chris Bosh, he was really ahead of his time when he first entered the league. I mean, very few power forwards back then had his combination of size, agility, and skill set. Now we're seeing a ton of 4s like that on draft night.
Darren Collison, he's checked in for Rajon Rondo. A minute 50 left in the 4th quarter.
Man, he's got a lot of firepower right now. I mean, what a half he's had.
Timeout called, the Heat. They're losing by 6. There's a minute 47 left in the game. Now Dragic. Outside Dragic. He dishes it to Sanders. Good on the baseline, James. Sanders has got 4 points in the quarter.
And tired legs affect you at the defensive end first, and that's what we're seeing here.
You called it, Greg. As much offense as we saw early, we're seeing even more of it here late.
There's a minute 34 left to play here in the 4th. Here's Cousins, and the rejection by Sanders. No good from Dragic.
You know, he just hasn't looked right to me. A bit out of sorts, if you will. Something's off with his mechanics, at least as I look at it.
Here's Cousins. That falls. Great assist by Darren Collison. That's now 22 points for DeMarcus Cousins.
Time definitely not on their side.
They need a very quick bucket, a real quick one.
Pass to Sanders. 51 seconds left here in the 4th quarter. Nails it. And now they trail by just 4.
And his stroke has been dead on from the outside. I mean, inside, outside, it just doesn't matter.
There's the pick. Collison kicks to Cousins. Baseline J on the way, and the rejection by Sanders. Screen by Cousins. 5 on the clock, and out of bounds as the Heat gain possession.
Boy, did they ever make a mess out of that one. A terrible turnover.
29 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Gay against Love. The jump hook connects, and he has brought them to within 2 points.
Well, they're having a problem dealing with Kevin Love.
And they foul intentionally. They're going to have to do that now again and again. They're not in the penalty yet.
Yeah, you have to do that, though. You can't just let them dribble the game out.
Exactly. I mean, you got to stop the clock any way possible and hope they alligator arm a few of those free throws.
He drops the first one, and that makes it a 3-point lead. So he gets them both, and it's a 4-point ball game.
Outstanding work at the foul line to make this a 2-possession game.
Timeout called, the Heat. They're trailing by 4. There's 18 seconds left in the fourth quarter of this one. Here is Love. Outside Dragic. To the middle. It's tipped. Wants to get it to Sanders and does. Rebound by DeMarcus Cousins. And they're going to prolong the game here with an intentional foul. It's the first, and that puts them up by 5. And so both free throws are good, and it's a 6-point ball game.
And that's curtains for him. Some really good work at the charity stripe to close this one out.
Now a timeout called by Miami. They're down by 6. Just 2 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. Guys, what's your take?
Yeah, they can call all the timeouts they want, but really, I don't think it matters at this point.
Yeah, I'm ready to go home just like the players are. There's nothing they can do to salvage this one right now. Let's go. Get out of here. Game done.
He summed it up.
I was going to say, yeah, I don't think we need to comment after that.
Adios. And so it's Sacramento who scrape by with the win. They break the hearts of every fan in the building with a dramatic late victory.
And Kevin, this is the kind of win you have to take a ton of pride in. I mean, they battled with everything they had and came through when the pressure was at its highest.
And now let's catch up with Doris Burke, who's standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Well, DeMarcus can...
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Ernie Johnson here again with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny Smith. Without further DeMarcus Cousins.
I can't imagine a player having a better night from the field than he had tonight. His shooting percentage was off the charts. He used every trick in the book to get those.
And that'll do it for our broadcast tonight. Hope you enjoyed the show.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Ernie Johnson welcoming you to the
It's an Eastern Conference battle at the American Airlines Arena here in Miami, Florida, as the Heat look to work the home court advantage. Hi, everyone. We're happy to have you with us for this edition of the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm Kevin Harlan with Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony and Doris Burke reporting from the sidelines. You look at Philadelphia, they're facing a lot of challenges, fellas, in this upcoming part of the schedule. They're faced with a lot of tough battles away from home.
And seeing where the 76ers are, they've had a nice run here to start the season. Up there near the top of the standings and looking like they're comfortable.
And, you know, from everything I've seen so far, I think they can sustain this level of play all the way through the season.
Now a look at Philadelphia's starting lineup. We've got Robert Covington. Carl Landry is out there with Okafor. Then it's Tony Wroten.
And guys, the Spurs coaching tree extends pretty far these days. Coach Brett Brown, another former member of the Spurs staff, to be leading an NBA team.
Well, Greg, for Brett Brown and the Spurs connection, he was an assistant in San Antonio for 7 years, was really indoctrinated in how the Spurs conducted business, Clark, before coming to the 76ers.
Yeah, he's got an interesting accent, too, a mix of Boston Australian from where he grew up and where he spent a lot of time, but no doubting his passion and his coaching ability. He's good in both.
He was actually a head coach for Australia for a while in international play. Looking at Philadelphia, they took the win in their last game against the Hornets in Charlotte.
And they played with such tenacity on the defensive side of the ball. I mean, it takes a lot of pressure off of them when they go on offense.
And I think you've got to give all the guys credit. I mean, plenty of credit to go around. You can't just highlight or pick out one or two guys that stood out, because everybody did defensively.
Now, here is Smith. He's a good contributor to his team, averaging about 10.5 points a game. And Philadelphia has possession. 4-point game. Pass to Wroten. Landry, a screen on Smith. Now here's Wroten. Defense right on him. Shot clock at 5. Landry gets the bucket. Dragic with it. 11 points for him in that last game against Sacramento. The feed to Smith. A stupendous finish in traffic. Smith's got 7. Philadelphia with the ball, trailing by 4. And this is their first time matched up with this year's Heat team.
Yeah, and they lost the season series to this squad last time around. Maybe a little extra motivation tonight to show they've improved.
Yeah, I couldn't agree with you more. Two teams in the bottom half of the conference as far as respect goes. They're both scratching and clawing to try to get a little more of that respect.
Now here is Smith. 7 points in the game. Outside Dragic. There's the triple. Smith with the basket on the assist by Dragic. 10 points for Smith. And for Goran Dragic, so incredibly efficient on the offensive end over the last couple of years. Whether with Phoenix or Miami, he's really upped his game.
You know, Kevin, it took him a few years to kind of get comfortable in the NBA, much like the great Steve Nash, who had his struggles early in his career. Now the game is kind of slowed down for him. He's not forcing as much, and it has certainly paid off.
The 76ers trail by 5. Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
I briefly spoke with Brett Brown. This is their first matchup of the season against this squad, and he knows the shot blocking in the middle will certainly be an obstacle. But he said, quote, "We've got to remain aggressive and continue to attack." Guys, he said that putting their bigs in high pick and rolls and shooting the open jumper with confidence will be key. We'll see how they do.
Thank you, Doris, and quite a focus for the game here early on, and an important one too, guys.
Yeah, I mean, up against this team, finding ways to crack their defensive shell is always going to be the #1 challenge.
And I would say it would be the #2 and #3 challenges as well, guys.
And Philadelphia has possession. After the basket by Larry Sanders. Now here's Roten, covered by Smith. Andrew with the screen. And here's Covington from the arc. Miami grabs the miss. Outplayed in the previous game on their schedule, losing to Sacramento.
Yeah, they just caught a team, Kevin, that was in a zone, and they didn't have the manpower defensively to disrupt them.
Hey, zone or no zone, I expected a little more fight out of them than what they showed. I mean, they never strung together any stops like they needed to.
Philadelphia with the ball, following the miss by J.R. Smith.
Assist from number 12. Miami calls timeout.
And Miami calls their first time out of the game. Well, the plan has been obvious now, Clark, for a while. The 76ers really loading up on young players, letting them see a lot of minutes, and they're hoping it's going to bear some fruit, as you like to say, coming up.
Exactly, and it will in time because they've accumulated some really nice young talent, Kevin.
Catching up on the changes with Miami. Amari Stoudemire is checked in for Sanders. Zeller comes in for Chris Bosh. Luol Deng is checked in for J.R. Smith. And it's Jeremy Lin in for Goran Dragic.
And with the 76ers, it's not just on the floor that they have stifled the progress. That they've taken 2 top picks knowing they would sit out a full year just to rehab injury.
In the corner, Winslow with it. Rebound by Marshall.
I like his tenacity getting to the basket there, even though the dunk rattled out. 99 times out of 100, you'll get the dunk or the foul.
Now, here's Marshall. Embiid the screen. And Marshall kicks to Embiid. And he jams it after taking the nice feed on the run.
You know what? That's what you like to see. A perfect pass leading him right into the shot. Didn't even have to break stride. You know, one thing few people talk about with the Sixers, this plan of building through the draft and with young players, what if it actually works to their benefit? Then it would become a copycat strategy because we know in the NBA, it's a herd mentality if something works.
Yeah, look, you'd like to take the lead on that possession, but at least he was able to tie the game up.
It seems that every pass they make is leading to a score here. I mean, that's just exquisite ball movement.
And that's because the ball is looking for the best shot, and it's really paid off for them during the run.
And he was camped in the lane there, and he gets the 3-second call. Time here.
You know, I think he just wants to tinker with the game plan a little bit. I think that's a wise timeout.
And part of it too, Greg, was he saw some things going on out there that he didn't care for.
Embiid the screen. With 1 on the clock. And so both teams trading buckets as we end the first quarter. 76ers ahead. Second quarter getting underway. No team gaining an edge so far. And a moment here to take a look at the scoring breakdown for the 76ers.
Fellas, they're passing the ball the way you're supposed to here in this first half.
They've established their presence in the paint tonight. Also, a lot of their scoring to this point coming from down low.
So on the floor for Philadelphia, Grant at small forward with Noel at the 4. Then it's Tony Roten. Then there's Okafor. Just 5 to shoot. Shot is good off the back rim and in. Okafor's got the opening field goal of the second quarter for the 76ers. Outside Bosch. Smith outside. That one is good. He's only missed 1 shot of his 6 taken on the floor.
And that's his strong suit, the ability to find his way through the D and finish at the rim. And it's not often that one of your enforcers is also one of your best three-point shooters, but such is the case with J.R. Smith. Everywhere he's gone, he's played both roles, sometimes to the team's benefit, but others to its detriment.
Miami trailing. Fires the 3. Does not score for only the 2nd time in 7 shots this game.
Well, it looks like he's cooled down a bit after hitting those 2 in the first quarter.
Pass to Noel. Dang grabs the miss. Here's Miami now. Next step for them, the Knicks coming out here to play. And it's Smith penetrating. That one is good again. He's 6 straight from the floor with the basket. Second quarter, we're a little over a minute and a half in. And the 76ers decide to take their first time out here.
I'll tell you, Luol Deng is not exceptional in any one area, but really doesn't have any weaknesses either. I think he's been one of the most complete small forwards over the past decade in the league.
Doris Burke has some information for us. Doris?
Hey, Kevin, during that last break, I heard Brett Brown as he addressed his team. He said their plan was to run their offense through Okafor. Coach is calling on him to play a big role in the offense for the rest of this game, to really be one of the key guys for them down the stretch. Well, Coach not wasting any time in tweaking the game plan. We'll see if it makes a difference as we approach halftime, Kevin.
Always great to hear from you, Doris. Talking about Luol Deng, his consistency year to year has been outstanding. Over 11 seasons, Greg, if you look at his averages across every category, they're remarkably similar.
And here's a guy who can score from anywhere. Great mid-range game, makes plays for his teammates, rebounds at both ends. He is versatile and bankable.
Here's Dragic. 76ers getting the bucket. Passes it to Roten. There's a screen by Noel. Feeds it to Okafor. And fouled hard that time. He'll get to the line and shoot 2. A lot's been made of the Heat fans in the past for walking out during the finals game where they looked to be out of it. But credit to the Miami Heat fans, Greg, with last year sticking with this team.
Yeah, and in all fairness, I would have walked out as well because I thought it was over. But with LeBron out of town, a lot of Heat fans could have jumped off the bandwagon. But you know what? They stayed with it. So although the weather is fair, the fans are not.
Oh, well said. Thank you. 76ers have gone 2 of 5 from the field here in the second quarter, shooting 40%. He's guarded by Dragic. Okafor kicks to Covington. Okafor with the screen on deck. 5 to shoot. Here's Covington. He's covered by Dan. Whoops, there's the 24-second shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over.
And, you know, for the Heat, despite the struggles, they still sold out every game here last season. They were among the top teams in the league in total attendance.
Stoudemire's checked in for Miami. That's good. And the Heat lead by 4.
Boy, and their offense scorching now. Red hot. They've really turned it on.
I just don't know if you can play any better offensively, making it look easy out there.
Here's Cannon. He picked up 12 points in their last win against the Hornets in Charlotte.
And really, they showed up in force, even as the Heat fell to the back of the pack. The Heat only 20-21 last year at American Airlines Arena, but the fans love them all the same.
Philadelphia with the ball after Justice Winslow missing on that last 3-pointer. And it's blocked by Dan. And that'll be Philadelphia as it goes out of bounds. 76ers retain possession. .151 left in the first half of basketball. Landry. And so it looks like the 76ers will retain possession here. Six on the shot clock. Marshall with it. Now Stoudemire defending.
He's having a much tougher time here in the second. His shooting percentage is way down, and I think that's a function of the kinds of shots he's taking.
No good. And the 76ers go the other way with it. We've got 1:23 left in the first half. Another miss by Philadelphia.
Rare you'll see him miss such an open look.
Outside Dragic. He dishes it to Sanders. Embiid with the steal. Here's Covington. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Heat.
Boy, the three-point shot has really been dropping for him early on.
Yeah, and they've also balanced that, though, guys, with the attack off the bounce as well to get them some points.
The Heat making a switch here. Smith is checked in.
Well, guys, once again, the 76ers finished second to last in the East. Amazingly managed to win fewer games against the East than they did the year before, which was 14 wins in 2014.
76ers trailing. And there's the pass to Covington. That misses. Had a chance to tie it there.
There was just enough defensive pressure to get him off balance and cause that shot to go awry.
I love his shot selection today. He set the bar for the rest of the team.
The 76ers trail by 4. Deflects the pass. It's stolen by Dang. 5 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. And J.R. Smith with the slam.
And I like how he puts himself in position there to finish on the break.
Yeah, you know, that's what we call seeing and feeling the game. Excellent read of how that play was going to develop and where the ball was going. That's stuff that oftentimes can't teach, Greg.
You know, the defense has got to do a much better job of fighting over those screens.
And, Greg, especially when the ball is in his hands. I mean, come on now. You know he doesn't miss too many open looks like that.
Here's Sanders. Can't hit the turnaround jumper.
You're not going to see that very often. Plenty of space, but he just, let's face it, he whiffs on that.
And the first half comes to a close. We've got a close game going on here. Heat out front, up 3. And a chance now to send you over to Doris Burke, standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Thank you, Kevin. I'm here with J.R. Smith. You seem to be playing with plenty of determination. What lit the fire under you tonight?
Coaching and my teammates. I mean, they've been telling me to drive the ball. I just finally clicked and start driving the ball. Good things happen.
JR, appreciate the time as always. Kevin?
Thank you, Doris, and we'll be back for the third quarter of action following halftime.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
I would call that a competitive first half of action. Ernie Johnson here welcoming you back to the 2K Sports Halftime Show with Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. It was a closely contested first quarter for Miami. Some good moments from both teams, but as the first period wrapped up, they trailed by 2. They played with more purpose in the second quarter and fought to turn an early deficit into a 3-point lead by the time we reached the break. What'd you think about the Heat?
Well, they called the right plays, and then they executed. Great job in the first half. That's why they were so efficient, and they shot so accurately. The defense threw a number of different looks at them, but they were always prepared because they were cool, calm, and efficient.
Shaq, what'd you think about Philadelphia?
Well, it was a huge first half for their bench, a.k.a. the others, played pretty good. When you get a boost like this, it always gives a team a lift. And given how well the others are contributing, we'll probably continue to see more minutes for them in the second half. Starters or not, when players are producing, you gotta ride them, cowboy.
And now, folks, it's just about time for the third quarter.
And it's been a back-and-forth game so far with no ground given through the first half. Third quarter starting here now. You have to like what we're seeing from J.R. Smith.
And in terms of points in that first half, you know, he's now at a point where we expect him to perform that way.
And, Greg, that tells you all you need to know about what a talent he is. I mean, I'll bet he adds a lot more to his totals after the break.
Winslow is out there with Chris Bosh. Then it's Sanders. Then there's Dragic. And it's Smith in at the shooting guard position. That's the group in the game for the Heat. To the wing on the left. And that one's good. Roten's got it all tied up now for the 76ers.
That's 2 bombs in a row from long range.
Let's face it, the defense is a step slow. You've got to take away the airspace.
Now here's Sanders. Taking a look at his stats, he's averaging around 9.5 points a game. For Miami, they have shot 75% at the line tonight, going 3 for 4.
And how about as a group, 80% on the season, one of their best attributes.
Really, guys, it's just come together for them at the charity stripe this season. I mean, the confidence is there, and so too are the results.
And so he hits the technical free throw.
And the Miami Heat have finished in the top 2 spots or better in each of the years the big 3 were in town. Last season that changed as they would end up 10th in that Eastern Conference.
Zoran Dragic, he's checked in for Winslow. Now here is Smith. 18 points for him. He kicks it to Dragic. And that's out of bounds. Miami will retain possession. Let's check out some of the best shooting teams out there. Number 1, the Heat.
Kevin, I've always said shooting percentage individually and for a team is a function of the kinds of shots you get. This team leads the league in shooting percentage because 1, they have good shooters, but 2, they take high-quality shots. They're a very disciplined group.
Miami with the ball. They lead by 1. Smith the pass to Dragic. Just 4 to shoot. Puts it up. He squares up and sinks it. And for the Heat, once the bullies of the Eastern Conference, they had a lot of trouble keeping up with other Eastern Conference teams.
Kevin, they finished 25 and 27 against the rest of the conference. Played under 500 against the East at home, which really negated their chances for the playoffs.
And here are the 76ers now. The Heat getting the bucket. Covington dishes to Okafor. Here's Landry. He sinks the 11-footer. Landry's got 6.
Timely passing leads to assists, and that's been the recipe for success.
Everybody on the same page, completely in sync, tremendous communication and awareness.
Well, we've seen that movie a few times, haven't we? An easy bucket in the paint.
Well, listless and lifeless at the defensive end. I mean, especially inside. They've really got to pick up that interior defense.
And Philadelphia calls time here. You have to like what we're seeing from J.R. Smith.
He just continues to light them up. They're going to have to find a way to make him work harder for his points.
Merlins Noel checks in for Philadelphia. Jeremy Grant comes in for Robert Covington. Smith kicks to Dragic. And Okafor with the block. And now around 2 minutes gone by in this half. Picked by Okafor. High arcing shot. The shot is off. Some solid defense from Bosh. The Heat leading by 3. Dragic with a wide open look. The rebound by Grant.
And that's the shot he has to take.
Exactly. That's the right look. The decision was good. He just didn't execute.
There's the dish to Okafor. To the middle. And the layup falls.
Hard to get that one off with the size difference there. That makes it a tough individual matchup for him, especially down low.
Well, took on the big guys going in there and challenging them like he did. But boy, that was a nice job.
A different look for Miami. Cody Zeller's checked in for Sanders. Dang comes in for Zoran Dragic.
Now, this is why the breakaway rim was invented. For plays just like that.
Well, he almost brought the whole thing down, Clark, by hanging on that long.
Yeah, he did.
I tell you what, though, great dunk, and this is even a better game we got going on right now.
Oh, that was a great ankle we just saw, courtesy of Kia. That's good, and the Heat lead is cut down to just 1 on the bucket from Roten.
If they think that kind of defense is going to get it done against him, they're mistaken.
Wash inside. He's covered by Noel. No coverage that time. And that's now 7 points for Chris Bosh.
Just some amazing stats put up by Chris Bosh early in his career, but having been in the shadow of LeBron and D. Wade over the past few seasons, one wonders if Bosh is now a little bit underrated. He's talented and gives you everything you want from the power forward spot.
And stolen by Zoran. Lynn, that's a 2-pointer. Yes, and it's Smith with the assist that time. Now it's a 5-point Heat lead.
And we always talk about making your teammate better. That assist was right on target.
There's a screen by Noel. Defended by Lynn. Knocked loose. Miami leading by 5. Clark, this offense has really been clicking.
No doubt about it, giving the defense all kinds of trouble.
And they know it, guys. They're playing right now with the kind of energy that is hard to deal with.
We're getting back to Chris Bosh. It's always difficult to reshape your game around a superstar teammate. I mean, just ask Kevin Love last year.
You know, it's such a good point. When you think about Bosh, you know, he isn't the kind of guy who demands special attention. You know, he's not mugging for the press. He's not out there for himself. He just really lets his play speak for itself. And you won't find many bigs who are as versatile as he is. And much underrated, I think, as a pick-and-roll defender.
Amari Stoudemire is checked in for Miami. Winslow comes in for Smith. Outside, Lynn. He feeds it to Zeller. 1:21 left in the third quarter. Good. And the Heat lead by 6. And Philadelphia has possession. Here's Roten. 8 points for him. There's a screen by Noel. Cannon, the pass to Noel. Stoudemire with the defensive effort.
Well defended, though, and he's not someone who handles that kind of pressure very well.
Now here's Winslow. He's guarded closely. Dishes to Zeller. Kicks to Stoudemire. 6 to shoot. The jump hook, and he gets that one to go off the front iron. And now an 8-point Miami lead. The 76ers have gone an even 50% from the floor here in the third quarter. 4 of 8. Here's Cannon, defended by Lynn. Embiid. It's hauled in by the Heat.
And this should be the last possession of the quarter.
Exactly. I'm right with you there, Greg. I mean, no need to give the ball back before the end of the quarter. Make sure you get the last shot here.
Here's Stoudemire, and another basket for Miami.
Loving the energy right now here in the third quarter as they try to take control of this game.
And I really think this is the time to do it because this is a real important juncture in the ball game right here.
Well, through 3 quarters of play, down double digits, it may be difficult to overcome. The fourth quarter just moments away now. The Heat leading by 10. And so in the game for the 76ers, we've got Kendall Marshall. Carl Landry is out there with Robert Covington. Then there's Okafor.
And didn't have to go strong there. Just a little bit of the finger roll to get it up over the dude.
Let's look at the energy stats, how the hustle game has been going for Miami.
Defensively, they... played with a lot of energy, and the steals we've seen are a result of that aggressiveness.
You know, adding on to that, you look at their block totals tonight, and you see how feisty they've been on the defensive end this game.
He's guarded by Dragic. That's good, and the Heat lead is cut to just 11 points in the basket for Okafor.
No doubt about it. He has done a ton to help his team, but he's going to have to do even more if they want to have a chance to get back in this one.
Pass to Sanders. Outside Dragic. Sinks the three-pointer. Dragic has got 6 here in this quarter.
He might not have the long-range ability of some other guys, but he will knock down open ones like that.
Andrew with the screen. He's guarded by Dragic. And there's the whistle. Fouled hard on the shot. He'll go to the line. It's on Chris Bosh. Philadelphia started to create a little bit of an identity last season after all their transactions, Clark, and shifting around. They settled down and came together.
Yeah, and I tell you, it looks like the identity will be the Sixers being a defensive team going forward. Offense has its fits and starts, but defensively they found some traction.
Zoran Dragic, he's checked in for Miami. Dragic dishes to Smith. Inside. Looking for Dragic, and he gets it there. Can't connect from short range. The 76ers trail by 12. Okafor with the ball. Now defended by Sanders. They grab their own miss.
Boy, that's a surprising miss right there. He usually feasts on those wide open opportunities.
That's good from Marshall on the assist by Landry.
And really, once he got that steal, just really nothing the defense could do.
That's why turnovers are so costly, because in many cases, they're indefensible once possession changes hands.
Timeout called, the 76ers. And with the fourth quarter push coming up here, the coach going over the game plan, and these players rehydrating themselves with Gatorade, recharging their bodies, refocusing their minds, and getting that strategy down to close out the game. Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
Over that last break, Kevin, I got a chance to hear what Brett Brown said to his team. He got after them and told them to turn up the intensity, saying, we've put ourselves in a corner, and now we've got to fight our way out. Show me what you have. Let's see if we've got what it takes, guys.
And as always, Doris, thank you. From the baseline. Again, Okafor missing. The Heat leading by 10. Outside Dragic. Outside Dragic. And Sanders kicks to Dragic. The 76ers have gone 2 for 5 on field goal attempts in the fourth quarter. Landry, a screen on Dragic. Now the feed to Landry. And a miss there with a chance to cut the lead to single digits. Miami's gotten a success rate of just over 50% from three-point tonight. 4 of 7 shooting. Smith on the wing. Another miss, and they desperately need a bucket. The 76ers trail by 10. Out to the wing. Pass to Covington. Unloads from 13. And a big bounce off the rim, but it sinks right in.
And that's definitely a shot that he has in his arsenal. Yeah, you can see they've gave up a lot of points here in this run, and he just wants to break the momentum before this thing gets out of hand.
And, you know, that's a huge part of a coach's job, making sure you keep your guys in the best position possible at all times. So I like this timeout.
And Miami making a change here. Winslow's checked in. And Philadelphia also making a switch. Roten's checked in. Passes it to Okafor. Right through the knee for the layup. Okafor's got 4 points in the quarter.
And when they desperately needed to get things turned around, they were able to rally and get back into it.
And Greg, it was really their defense just as much as their offense that served as the real catalyst, and I think it allowed them to put that run together. Terrific job that time defending at the rim. I mean, it's not an easy task stopping that fella when he's headed to the bucket like that. Good job.
Lets it go from 11, and he drops that one in. And now just a 4-point Miami lead.
And now we can see them really working it inside.
Yeah, Clark, quality looks at the rim. That's fueling this run.
Here's Sanders. Offensive struggles continue, missing again. 1:32 left in the fourth quarter of this one. Feeds it to Okafor. And it's Miami with the rebound. Bosch has got 3 rebounds so far in the game. Outside Dragic. He dishes it to Bosch. That's short off the rim. Now the 76ers with it. They're on a 12-3 run right now. There's the pass to Okafor. And a foul on the shot. He'll go to the stripe for 2.
Some really terrific numbers for Okafor. He's got 13 points and 1 rejection in this game, too.
It wasn't a good one. Really, one of their highlights of the game defensively.
Both free throws good from Okafor.
And that makes it a one-possession game, guys. Got to be the biggest free throws of the game thus far.
Well, we can probably expect to see him slow it down now.
Yeah, you got the lead. Burn some clock here.
Smart move.
Yeah.
The dish to Sanders. The kick out to Bosch. There's the 3. It's money from deep.
And when you've got a big man who can shoot from distance like that, what a huge advantage.
And Philadelphia calls time here. They're losing by 5. 27 seconds left to play here in the fourth. Seconds left to play in the final quarter. Here's Covington. Good! What a beautiful shot to bring him to within 3. We've got 22 seconds left in the fourth. And they foul intentionally. They're going to have to do that now again and again. They're not in the penalty yet.
Yeah, you can't let them hold the ball and just milk those last seconds away.
No, you got to foul. I mean, it's going to come down to free throws here. Foul right away.
And an intentional foul right there.
Goran, Dragic. 2.
He hits the first one, and that gives them a 4-point cushion. And the second free throw, no good. A tough break there. And Philadelphia calls time here. They're down by 4. 19 seconds left here in the fourth quarter. Guys, what's your take?
And a quick bucket and a foul is really the only option at this point.
And the important thing about the foul is who you foul. They don't want to send a top-notch free thrower to the line if they can avoid it.
They're going to prolong the game here with an intentional foul. So the first one drops, and that puts them up by 5. So he gets them both, and it's a 6-point ball game.
Those free throws are the nail in the coffin, guys.
And the 76ers call time here. They're behind by 6. There's 10 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Guys, what do you think?
And I'm not sure the 2-point bucket does much here. I think they got to go for 3.
Yeah, it's no-brainer, partner. I mean, that's their only choice. Shoot the 3 and hopefully get it down and then foul.
And they need to stop the clock, so there's a foul.
Goran, Dragic.
He drops the first one, and that gives them a 4-point cushion. And so both free throws are good, and it's a 5-point game. And so it's Miami winning this one. They didn't make it easy on themselves or their fans, but Clark, in the end, everyone's satisfied.
Yeah, you know, it looked like for a moment there the outcome was in doubt, but give them a lot of credit for hanging tough, persevering, and finishing strong.
And now let's catch up with Doris Burke, who's standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Thank you, Kevin. I'm here with J.R. Smith. This team really looked good tonight. What was the key out there?
I mean, our penetration was unbelievable tonight. Everybody was penetrating the ball. We weren't settling for jump shots and contested jumpers. And as long as we keep moving the ball, we'll be fine.
JR, appreciate the time as always. Kevin?
All right, Doris, great job. Thanks so much. And that about wraps it up. This is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. And now the award-winning Ernie Johnson will take it from here. We'll see you next time.
The 2K Sports Postgame Show.
Hey y'all, Ernie Johnson here along with Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. Welcome back for the presentation of our Jordan Player of the Game, J.R. Smith. He had a tremendous first half, and that clearly inspired the whole team after halftime. Gave him a big lift.
He was dead on from the field tonight, guys. I'd call his performance economical because there was no wasted opportunity. He took advantage of every good look he got. I mean, everything he put up was going in.
I don't know what got into him tonight. Whew. He caught the scoring bug and was just pouring it in the paint. That's the kind of offense he's capable of delivering when he sets his mind to it.
And that brings us to the end of our broadcast for this evening. For Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Harlan, and our illustrious 2K Sports crew, this is Ernie Johnson saying good night, and we'll see you again soon, but not soon enough.
the 2K Sports pregame show.
Welcome to 2K Sports, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Ernie Johnson, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kenny the Jet Smith. Tonight we'll see the Miami Heat playing against the New York Knicks. For New York, they haven't competed at the level they'd like over the last week or so. Just one win in 5 games. And you look at Carmelo Anthony, no question a superstar scorer in this league. Won an NCAA title at Syracuse. Shaq, is he still one of the top stars in the NBA?
He's in the top 15. He was in the top 10, but...
What an arbitrary figure to throw out.
I'm just saying he was. It's just that now I think too many young players have passed him in the last few years. You know, his level of play plateaued. He kind of dipped in the past few seasons. Just a lot of young guys, you know, like...
It's an Eastern Conference battle at the American Airlines Arena here in Miami, Florida, as the Heat look to work the home court advantage. We've got some terrific NBA action in store for you today. With Greg Anthony and Clark Kellogg, this is Kevin Harlan. The Knicks swing into this game as part of their continuing road trip. It's been a bit of a slow start for the season for them so far, but it's still very early and a lot of games to be played.
Yeah, and as far as the regular season goes, this is as good as it gets. This truly, to me, is the definition of a rivalry. I mean, a game between these two teams has always been special.
Absolutely. I mean, we've seen a ton of great games between them in the past. It's hard not to get amped up when they face each other. I've been looking forward to this one.
That's a quick bucket there. Solid in transition.
Well, you know, he loves the chance to get out and run, and you can see right there why he does.
That was a nice replay brought to you by Kia. And for Gerald Green, another productive year last season coming off the bench. Though it was a smaller role, a small step back from the season before when he started over half the games for the Suns.
Well, there was a log jam in Phoenix at the wing position last season. He certainly matured, though, as he never complained about not starting, just went out and did his job.
And again, Kevin Love. Miami on defense. 4-point game. They're coming off that win against Philadelphia.
You're not always going to shoot it as well as they did from three-point range to win that game, but it certainly doesn't hurt. And in that game, boy, did they shoot it lights out from beyond.
Lights out is a real good way to describe it. Just take a peek at the box score. I mean, their percentage from deep was off the charts.
And guys, Gerald Green looked to be out of the NBA at one point in his career, but since coming back from Russia, he has completely reinvented himself as a player.
And for Gerald Green and him reinventing himself, really was just known as a dunker before heading overseas.
You know, Kevin, he came back with a better shot and a better understanding of how to win as a player. Strange to think that there was a time that he couldn't find a way onto an NBA roster.
Here's Lopez. Green with the block. In transition, here comes Miami. Here's Love, and that's good. And it's Dragic with the assist. 6 points for Kevin Love.
Lights out here, right out of the gate. Perfect 4-4 from the floor.
For New York, they've gone just 1 for 5 from the field to start the quarter. There's a screen. Pass to Porzingis. Lets it go with the 3. And that one's good.
You can't afford to get him that kind of a look.
Well, you know, he came off a good screen, but still, as a defender, you got to do a better job of fighting over and through that.
Dragic kicks to Love. Back to Dragic. That one a tad offline to the right, but drops in for him. Dragic has got his first basket.
Impressive start here. That's 5 straight makes. start the game.
Here's Galloway. Oh, good on the triple. With the New York Knicks, they come in off the loss to the Rockets.
Probably their poorest defensive effort all season long. I mean, at home, that kind of D is not going to cut it. Never mind when you're on the road.
Hey, I don't know, guys. This may be all speculation. Perhaps they had a bad flight into town the night before, and we all know a rough flight in can lead to turbulence on the court.
Anthony right side. Aflalo sets the pick for Anthony. He used that pick just right. Anthony's got his first 2 points of the night.
Aflalo created the space for that shot. He got his body right in the way of the defender.
Dragic kicks to Stoudemire. Here's Galloway. He's guarded by Dragic. And it's Dragic with the foul. That's his first foul. Jeremy Lin, he's checked in for Miami. The Knicks also changing it up. Kevin Serafin, he's checked in for Lopez. Thomas comes in for Porzingis. And it's Calderon in for Aaron Aflalo. Calderon passes to Thomas. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot. And let's see the leading three-point teams in the NBA. The Heat in second.
You know, some teams live and die by the three. But it's important to be able to utilize the three-point shot. It's a great weapon in the game of basketball. And this coach has given this team freedom to look at the three-pointers on a regular basis, and they're pretty good at it.
The Knicks shooting their first free throws of the evening.
And how about as a group, 80% on the season, one of their best attributes.
Yeah, guys, they can feel very good about themselves when you bring up those statistics. Impressive numbers.
And he makes the first. Williams, he's checked in for the Knicks. And so he hits both. Last season ended with the Knicks pretty much packing it in, but Clark, it didn't start out that way.
You know what? Not at all. I mean, the Knicks were picked by many, Kevin, to be a playoff team last season. Clearly, things did not go as planned.
Here's Love. Again, the Heat, good for 2.
They're forcing the ball inside, and it's working beautifully.
It really is. 5 out of 6 of their last field goals have come from the paint.
Back to Calderon. It's stolen by Green. There's Winslow. Knicks with the rebound.
And it became clear, thinking about the Knicks again, I mean, it made sense for... team with injuries and being in disarray on the floor to just battle for that lottery.
You know, kind of packing it in for the sake of being better in the future can possibly work in New York for a year or two, but not longer than that. The media will eat you up there if you don't start making some progress towards winning, pleasing basketball.
The Heat making a switch here. Dragic is checked in to the left wing. 1:19 left in the first quarter of the game, and he gets it to go.
Their interior has been inferior defensively. It has got to tighten up.
You're right on target there, Greg. Of the last 10 points they've allowed, 8 have come from in close.
Calderon dishes to Williams. No one near him. And again, it's New York.
Obviously, a mix-up defensively on that possession.
The Heat leading by 5. Love in the post. He's guarded by Williams. In deep, and Love finishes off inside. Love's got 10 points.
His shot is looking really good here in the first.
Everything is falling. 5 of 5 to start.
Calderon kicks to Serafin. Inside, here's Galloway. It's blocked. And it's the Heat on the break. Lynn's running. Dragic with a wide open look. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. This game against Miami here, their first look at the Heat.
And going back to last season, they really struggled for wins. And even against a team like this with comparable talent, they didn't manage one win in the season series.
Yeah, and you know they wanted to have a better showing against them. Maybe they can take a step in the right direction tonight, guys.
1 second left, and he nails the jumper. The scoring fast and furious as we end the first quarter. Heat lead by 5. Stay with us as we get... And before the game, Carmelo Anthony talked about how he prepares himself mentally to carry this team.
It's easy. It's basketball. It's out there having fun. It's out there working together. You know, the biggest thing is the defensive end. As long as we keep that up, we're going to score enough points to, possibly win basketball games. So I'm definitely not concerned from that aspect of it.
You don't hear too many players, Greg, saying it's easy and they're not too concerned.
Yeah, or talking about possibly winning basketball games. But I have a feeling he's more concerned than he talks about, and when he says it's easy. It may be for him, but it sure didn't look easy for the Knicks last season.
And we welcome you back to start the quarter. Players had a chance to get hydrated with Gatorade. And there's certain to be some great basketball ahead for us. And guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Heat?
Boy, guys, their play in the low post has been excellent right off the bat.
And also, it's been a positive to watch that they've attacked the paint offensively as well. It's really been about the balance that they've shown.
Dang and Bosh, your small and power forwards. J.R. Smith out there with Dragic, and it's Sanders in at the 5. That's the group in the game for the Heat. Shot is good, and the Heat's lead is cut to just 5 on the basket from Aflalo.
They've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball into the paint.
Clearly, they've been the aggressors thus far when it comes to attacking the interior in this first half. You know what? Tried to step in and cut him off, but just didn't get there quick enough.
Yeah, he was one step late that time, Greg.
Follow against Smith. Outside Bosh. Outside Dragic. Takes the 3. Carmelo Anthony grabs the board.
You know, for Carmelo last season, it was Murphy's Law. What could go wrong did go wrong. After signing Melo to a max deal, the Knicks management expected a bunch from him. But with the new offense and a bad knee, it didn't happen.
And getting back to Carmelo last year, that team really became devoid of talent. In some games, Greg, in games that he played, he seemed like their only scoring option.
You know, we talk about needing a big 3 to compete for a championship. And for over half the season last year, the Knicks basically had a big half. I mean, because Carmelo missed that half. And when the deck is stacked against you like that, sometimes it's better to fold your cards and live to play another day. And that's really what Carmelo did.
Here's Bosh. Right through the knee for the layup. And the Heat lead by 5.
That's the 10th straight point they've given up in the paint.
And you know, it doesn't matter how good your defense is on the perimeter if you're going to allow easy ones inside like that.
Calderon passes to Anthony. Back to Calderon. That's in there. Anthony with the assist.
Not fazed at all by having a bigger defender on him down low. And I really thought he would be.
You know, at first glance, you wouldn't think that he'd be comfortable in that particular situation. But, well, I tell you what, he didn't look like he was out of his element at all right there. He's got so much junk in his trunk. He'll find a way to hurt you.
Calderon passes to Porzingis. He kicks to Carmelo. And there's the pass to Aflalo. Lopez a screen. Anthony drives in. Rocket 6. Second shot opportunity. Lopez, no luck.
Well, what appeared to be an easy 2 points just never materialized.
Aflalo outside. Sinks the triple. Aflalo's got 7 points.
Boy, I tell you what, he loves getting looks like that from the three-point line. No one near him. That's a warm-up jumper for him.
Here's Smith. His shot is good, making him a perfect 2 for 2 from the floor.
and he is the ultimate when it comes to being a floor leader on the offensive end.
Yeah, you know, he's got a little bit of Greg Anthony in it, and he has been that leader today. I think he's done a really nice job of moving the ball and distributing it the way it needs to be done.
Yeah, well, Clark, I'm glad you referenced specifically why you thought he had a little Greg Anthony. I thought you were talking about knees, man. He looked a little hobbled out there for a moment.
Okay, time now for an injury report. We'll get a chance now to check up on Carmelo Anthony's status. Doris?
Guys, I had a moment to catch up with the Knicks head athletic trainer. It doesn't seem like too drastic of an injury. Losing a player like him is a big blow to this team who lean on him to do so much. Someone else will have to step up, Kevin.
Thank you, Doris. Boy, you always hate to see anyone ever deal with any sort of injury.
And almost for every player, it's inevitable. I mean, injuries are going to happen no matter how well you take care of yourself.
And let's just hope the rehab process doesn't drag on any longer than it has to.
How about the way he's able to angle his body to shield the big fella off and still get the finish?
You've got to be clever with your sleight of hand when you get inside and try to finish against the bigger guys. And he made it look easy that time.
And 2 shots coming up at the line as he gets fouled on the shot.
Wow, that is a strong move there to go in for the dunk.
And I like the job the defense did to not let him have it. I mean, make him earn it at the line.
And Robin Lopez, last season, he missed about 6 weeks with that broken hand, but freak injuries aside, he's been pretty durable over the course of his career. Had played in all 82 games the previous 2 seasons.
And the Heat going with the whole new group on the floor. And then for New York, Williams, he's checked in for Porzingis. Lance Thomas comes in for Anthony. And Langston Galloway subbed in for Jose Calderon. And the Knicks decide to take their first time out here. And Robin Lopez signing a new contract this offseason. He had been significantly underpaid for his production over the last 2 seasons.
And Kevin, you knew he was due for a raise. 7-footers who impact the game at both ends the way he does are really valuable.
And New York making a change here. Serafin's checked in and out of bounds as the Heat gain possession. Doris Burke has some information for us. Doris?
Hi, guys. Over that break, I was able to catch the message Derek Fisher was giving to his team. His message to them was all about getting high-percentage shots and having the crisp ball movement on the perimeter that it takes to get those shots. He also told them that he wants to see multiple passes on every possession. He said that was the key to getting the best shot each time down. I'm sure Coach is hoping those changes turn the tide in this game and shrink the deficit before halftime. Back to you, Kevin.
Always great to hear from you, Doris. And that's going to be too many steps. Gets the whistle on the travel. Let's use this break in the action to show you the teams that in the last 10 games have been the NBA's best fast break teams. In fourth, the Heat.
I mean, no doubt for me that they've hit their stride the last few weeks. I mean, they are punishing the defenses with that up-tempo style.
And the Heat making a change here. Dragic has checked in, out left to the wing. No luck. So New York will take it the other way. When this game is done, they'll be off to Orlando and they'll take on the Magic. That's game 4 of 4 out on the road for them.
And that's a well-contested shot.
Well, we've seen him before. He does not allow you to just get easy baskets. He's always going to make you work for it.
Knicks trail by 10.
Clock is clearly on their side.
Exactly, and they can hold it for the last shot, and I think they will.
Galloway kicks to Serafin. New York, no good that time either. There's Dragic with the 3, and it would have counted had it fallen, but it's offline. And so we conclude the first half. Miami ahead. They're up by 10.
No, Carmelo, after this first half of play, what do you believe the team needs to focus on from here on out?
Well, just communication and trusting one another. When somebody get beat, the next guy got his back, and we're just trying to get up and down, get going some way, somehow. For the most part, we did pretty good. A couple of adjustments on the defensive end. Make some...
The 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show. Ernie Johnson along with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. There was no slowing down Kevin Love early on. He had 12 points and 1 assist. Let's hear from you, Shaq, on the Heat first half.
The job their guys have done in the post has been terrific. If they get more of that production in the paint next half, they'll be very tough to beat. They're taking advantage of the late rotations, and they're going right inside and straight to the rim.
And over to Kenny. What'd you think about New York?
Well, they're facing a very hot team in the first half. I mean, guys are shooting the ball lights out. But you have to do more to get stops. I mean, tough defense is the key. And if you put pressure on the ball and more bodying up down low, that's going to establish more aggressive tone that might shut them down in the second half.
And now, folks, it's just about time for the third quarter to begin. We will see you after the final buzzer.
And the third quarter about ready to get underway.
What a great game for Love in this one. He has 12 points and 1 assist. This is something special. I mean, he hasn't missed a single shot.
It's really hard to put in words just what he's doing out on the floor.
Well, we've got a moment. Let's set the floor. Brought to you by Gatorade, all fueled up for the second half. Setting the floor for the Knicks. They've got Porzingis. He's out there with Robin Lopez. Anthony is out there with the Flower. And it's Galloway in at the 1 spot.
And that's another assist for a team that is putting on a clinic on how to share the ball.
And I love the mentality that they've had. If a shot isn't there, they're not forcing it. They're moving it side to side until they finally get the one they want. Nice move and finish. I think the halftime break really gave him a second win.
Carmelo Anthony, the 3rd pick overall in the 2003 NBA draft, was in some pretty good company at the top of that one, as I recall.
I mean, you had LeBron going 1, and of course, Darko Milicic was number 2 on that list. But how about D-Wade at 4? A little bit of a surprise, Chris Bosh. You know, all those guys, with the exception of Melo, have rings.
Galloway kicks to Aflalo. That's good, and so Galloway with the assist. Galloway has got his 4th assist in this one. And Miami calls their first time out of the game. The Knicks making a switch here. Calderon's checked in. The Heat leading by 10. Outside Dragic. Stoudemire wide open. Kept alive. Tries again. And there's the nice layup by Love. Love's got 4 points this quarter.
He has created some terrific opportunities for himself and really made the most of it.
Porzingis passes to Lopez. Here's Porzingis. Lopez a screen. Calderon kicks to Lopez. And it's denied. And here's the fast break. Winslow's leading the way. And Green gets it to go.
And that bucket adds to what has been a big difference in points in the paint between the two.
Yeah, it's really been quite a contrast. I like the way they're attacking the middle at their offensive end.
Porzingis passes to Lopez, and he slams it one-handed.
Cutting into the lead with a huge one-hand throwdown.
That's how to get your team back into it.
Yes, sir.
I tell you what, guys, that might also put a little spark into those guys.
Dragic. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact, and he'll shoot 2.
And it was a very public falling out between Goran Dragic and the Suns front office. That was a real tense few weeks there before ultimately he was traded.
And, of course, Dragic was traded to Miami last season. Said he felt betrayed by the Suns front office, which spurred him wanting out of Phoenix and to South Florida.
Yeah, you know what? We'll never know the whole truth about that situation, but Dragic said they told him one thing with personnel and did something else.
Catching up on the changes with Miami. Larry Sanders is checked in for Stoudemire. Dang comes in for Kevin Love. Zoran Dragic, he's checked in for Winslow. And Smith subbed in for Green. Both free throws good from Dragic. And one of Goran Dragic's greatest traits, Greg, excelling in the open court. High energy point guard. A lot like you, speed to burn, very smart guy, coveted by many.
He really is. And Kevin, he transitions from defense to offense as quickly as anyone in the league, a la Tony Parker, except he's also equally adept at facilitating for others and spotting up for the three, or just taking it to the rack himself.
Dragic gets the bucket.
Almost uncontested. I mean, it's nice to be able to add to the lead without having to really work for it.
Galloway kicks to Anthony. And it's Dang with the rebound.
And, you know, back to Goran Dragic, many of his transition opportunities start with his aggressive defense. Very active with his hands, has the instincts to jump passing lanes, the long arms, to pick off passes. Suddenly, when he gets a steal, he's off and running.
Galloway kicks to Anthony. That's good, and so Galloway with the assist. Galloway has got assist number 5 here tonight.
He is pouring it on in the second half, guys. I mean, a much better showing than he had before the break.
Dragic dishes to Dang. Beyond the arc. The Knicks pull it in.
And talking about Goran Dragic, the one thing he has to be careful with is being over-aggressive on deep. Reaching for steals makes you susceptible to blow-bys and escape dribbles, and that can lead to uncontested layups and dunks for your opponent.
Dragic the pass to Sanders. It's rebounded by Porzingis.
Well defended, though, and he's not someone who handles that kind of pressure very well.
It's taken away by Smith. And they're on the break. Here's Dragic. No good. Good work defensively by Anthony. It's blocked. They retain possession. Galloway kicks to O'Quinn. New York, no good that time either. The Heat leading by 11. Outside Dragic. Right wing. Corner shot. And Dragic gets it to go on the assist from Sanders. Dragic has got 4 points in the quarter.
New York calls timeout.
Time call here. The Knicks decide to talk it over.
You know, he just, like every other coach, can't stand when the defense gives up points on the inside. And boy, are they struggling in there.
Yeah, well, they're getting pummeled in there. So you've got to figure out a way to make some adjustments to try to change that around. And that's why he needed the timeout.
A different look for Miami. Cody Zeller's checked in for Sanders. Wash comes in for Zoran Dragic. And it's Jeremy Lin in for Goran Dragic. And a new group in for the Knicks. Kevin Serafini's checked in for Kyle O'Quinn. Williams comes in for Porzingis. Thomas checked in for Anthony. And it's a Flalo in for Jose Calderon. Smith left side. Clock at 6. With the fadeaway. Good. Smith's got 8. We've got 33 seconds left to play here in the third. Knicks trail by 15. Here's Galloway. He's averaging just around 8.5 points a game. Will not go. This is off the front iron. The Heat have gone 7 of 12 from the floor since coming out of the break. Lin against the Flalo. Lin's shot is off. Here's Galloway. And it would have counted had it fallen, but it's offline. And as we end the third quarter, a double-digit deficit will make it tough to come back. Heat lead by 15. Welcome back. Not exactly a nail-biter here, but you never know. The Heat leading by 15. We've got Gerald Green. Chris Bosh is out there with Stoudemire. Then it's Jeremy Lin. And it's Winslow in at the small forward spot. That's the group on the floor for Miami. New York's gone 3 of 5 from beyond the arc so far tonight. Flalo dishes to Galloway. He feeds it to Williams. It's stolen by Green. Here's Lin. Excellent D there from Williams. Knicks trail by 17. There's Galloway. Passes to Lopez. Bosch grabs the miss.
Excellent. Really solid job, actually, by the defense to get in his way as he was going up for that one.
Here's Lynn. And it's going to be 2 free throws. Drew contact on the shot. And the hope for Jeremy Lin last season was that he'd take a step forward in his development, but it almost was the opposite in his play.
And that can happen. You don't always go a straight line north in your improvement in this league. He'd been on an upward swing as far as his shooting accuracy, but last season was the worst since his rookie year in that area.
Kevin Love's checked in for Chris Bosh. And then for New York, Porzingis, he's checked in for Derek Williams. Anthony comes in for Lance Thomas. And it's Calderon in for Langston Galloway. Here's Porzingis. No good off the back of the rim.
And talking about Lin last season, he never quite gelled with what they were doing in Los Angeles. Both he and Kobe need the ball to be effective. And I got a feeling you guys know which one of those two is going to get it.
Calderon against Lin. They set the pick. Now here's Calderon. He's tightly guarded. Clock at 4. Can't hit. Some solid defense there from Lin.
And, you know, getting back to Lin, he was actually pretty strong starting out the season. In November, he made 48% of his shots, 37% from downtown. But in April, he only hit 24% from the field and was eventually shut down for the year.
Time call here. The Knicks decide to talk it over.
Well, you know, one season in the books with the NBA's new replay center, and so far, so good. I mean, the replays are averaging about 45 seconds apiece, and getting the officials the angles they need quickly to make the right call.
And with the new replay center, the league also going for more transparency. People expect it now, Clark, and they're officiating.
Yeah, and I don't mind that. Evaluating the most scrutinized calls and non-calls of the games in those last 2 minutes, that's a positive. Things are continuing to change, I think, for the better in that regard.
A different look for Miami. Larry Sanders is checked in for Stoudemire. Zoran Dragic comes in for Winslow. And it's Dragic in for Jeremy Lin. And so here is New York. Nothing doing offensively yet for them in the 4th. Aflalo, no good.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
Yeah, you look across the board, it's actually sizing up, shaping up to be a great game. I mean, strong performances throughout, and they've really been strong on the glass.
And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Heat.
Guys, the passing we've seen from them has been tremendous. Very unselfish.
Yeah, but don't forget about their points in the paint, because those have been big.
Both free throws good from Dragic.
So far in the game for Dragic, he's got 8 points and a block. Boy, he's been a big contributor in this one.
And it isn't something that they get from him every game, but I tell you what, they got to be loving it today.
Calderon passes to Carmelo to stop the run, and the Knicks miss again.
Really tough for this group right now, trying anything to stop the run.
And no matter what they've tried, it hasn't worked. I think they've just got to slow it down, idle it back, and get back to the basics.
They could use a big shot here to get this offense going.
Sure could, Kev. I mean, too many empty trips. They need some points.
And stolen by Love. Dragic against Calderon. It's Dragic with the drive. Good.
I think they need to get much more disruptive defensively. They can't just keep allowing these easy baskets.
That's got to be job number one right now. Nothing easy on the inside.
Dishes it to Lopez. And a foul called on the shot. Got him on the way up that time, so he'll shoot 2 right here. When you look at the numbers for Robin Lopez, Clark, they won't blow you away, but his impact is a lot bigger.
Exactly, Kevin. I mean, he's unselfish as a player, does all the little things. He's not focused on his numbers or shot attempts, and that's a welcome deal for coaches and teammates. He just wants to help his crew win.
The Knicks making a switch here. Kevin Seraphin, he's checked in for a Flower. Kyle O'Quinn comes in for Porzingis. Early, he's checked in for Anthony. And it's Grant in for Jose Calderon. Grant kicks to Lopez. Feeds it to Early. Some nice passing by New York here. Here's Grant. It's good from long range.
And speaking of the intangibles for Robin Lopez, he's great at boxing out for rebounds and setting screens offensively. Again, things that there really aren't stats that are kept, but those are ways you can impact the game. And those are the kind of plays that often go overlooked.
Grant kicks to O'Quinn. Here's Early. He's guarded by Dragic. Early dishes to O'Quinn. Just 5 on the clock. Here's Grant. Offline with his 3.
And Lopez, or as they like to call him, Rolo, an elite rim protector. Just a really good shot blocker, but he doesn't chase blocks. He just challenges every shot inside without fouling.
Here's Dragic. And the shot falls short this time. New York's gone 4 of 8 tonight from three-point land, shooting 50% on the 3-ball here.
And one team is just completely outclassing the other tonight. Spirited performance, and it really ignited what is turning out to be a monster win here for the Heat.
But Steve, you know, you don't see this kind of a blowout often. But tonight, this is a quality win across the board to deliver out Clark this kind of punishment to.
Well, you know what? I thought they did a nice job of playing against the game. They kept the pressure on and clearly were dominant in every area.
And they took charge when it counted, and they'll be notching their 9th win overall.
And it's always nice to get win number 1 against an opponent you'll be seeing a total of 4 times over the course of the year. They really set the tone tonight for their season series against the Knicks.
And beyond the actual result of this game, fans are going to look back and see this was just a monstrous performance for Love. Every time he shot it, it seemed like it was going to drop in. And if it didn't, everyone was surprised. And that's just a little more for these fans to cheer about as they get ready to celebrate a W.
Well, let the party start. The celebration begins, and they're going to let their guys hear it.
Outside Williams. To the paint. Here's O'Quinn. Cannot hit. Now the Heat take it the other way. Outside Dragic. The feed to Lynn. Outside Dragic. Dragic with another miss. Grant with the ball. And so Miami takes this one by a big margin. They won this game going away. They were the better basketball team, Clark, by far tonight.
No question about it, Kevin. They certainly gave their fans plenty to scream and holler about. This place was rocking. It was on fire. And it only got louder as that lead got bigger.
And now we'll send it down to Doris Burke, who's standing by courtside.
Thank you, Kevin. I'm here with J.R. Smith. We got to see your offense in full effect here tonight. Seems like everyone on this team is really on the same page.
I definitely think so. You know, we got a lot of great players on our team, a lot of people who can score, and hopefully we can just keep building on it.
JR, appreciate the time as always. Kevin?
Doris, thank you as always. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. This is Kevin Harlan saying thank you for tuning in. And now time to go to Ernie Johnson, who's alongside Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith.
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Welcome back, Ernie Johnson, along with Shaq and Kenny the Jet. Let's quickly move forward now to the presentation of our Jordan Player of the Game, Kevin Love.
Well, his ability to get into the paint, get to the rim was deadly. For a guy who's mainly a perimeter shooter, it was remarkable how many of his points came right at the bucket.
How much would every team like to have a big man who's able to do the things that Kevin Love does? He can play close to the bucket, he can spot up from long range, pass, drive the lane, rebound, you name it. I'm glad he didn't hold back tonight. He let it all hang out.
And that'll do it for this edition of the NBA on 2K Sports. Hope you enjoyed the show. From myself, Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, Kevin Harlan, and the entire 2K Sports crew, have a wonderful evening.
the pregame show.
We are live from the Palace of Auburn Hills for this Eastern Conference battle featuring the Pistons here in Detroit. And for the Heat right now, they're focused on getting off to a good start on this road trip. A great start of the season for them, playing very well so far.
And we know for the Heat, they've looked very solid here to start the season. What's surprised me the most is just how much confidence this group is playing with.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Greg. I mean, that mental toughness bodes well, very well, for them once we get later into the season.
All right, let's set the floor courtesy of Gatorade. All fueled up and ready to go. On the court for the Heat, they've got Whiteside, Kevin Love out there with Winslow, and it's Green, and it's Lynn in at the 1. Now here's Lynn after the miss from Andre Drummond. And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him. The Miami Heat came up short last season in hopes of getting back to the playoffs. Clark, their road record didn't help them much.
Yeah, 17-24. I don't think you can be that far under 500 on the road and hope to play in the postseason.
And that one falls for Lynn.
And how about for the Heat having the best road record of any team that didn't make the postseason in the East? But as you said, struggling on the road will sink a team battling for a playoff spot.
You know, one final note, guys, on the Heat and their road losses. They ended up going only 2-8 in their last 10 road games of the year. That was a big part of how they fell out of the 8th playoff seed.
Now, here is Morris. He's coming off a 16-point game against the Bucks in Milwaukee.
And I thought the contribution he made by just generating contact, getting to the line was outstanding, guys. I mean, he picked up a lot of points at the stripe.
Lynn kicks to Green. Now the dish to Love. Hits the jump hook.
And he just big-boyed it right there. The height advantage he's got down low, really difficult for them to defend.
Jackson against Lynn. Drummond with a screen on Lynn. Jackson drives in. Here's Drummond. And that one is hammered home.
And check out the bounce.
Bounce to the outs. Clark, how about that?
Yeah.
All right,
You
showing
said
him
it,
off
Kevin.
right there. Good move.
You said it, my man. He's a highlight reel waiting to happen.
Now here's Love. Turned in an outstanding game against New York. Lets it go, and the bank shot is good. The Pistons have gone 2 of 5 here, making 40% so far to start out the game. Doris Burke has an update for us. Doris?
Thank you, Kevin. A bit ago, Stan Van Gundy and I were able to chat. He said he certainly followed the rise of Jeremy Lin into a prime-time point guard in this league, and he told me we need to try to limit his penetration. That's where he's most effective, slashing and with the drive and kick. Guys, Lin has certainly been working to improve his outside shot, but sometimes you have to pick your poison, and they'll live with him shooting from outside. Back to you.
Thanks again, Doris. Drummond, a bit of a disappointing season last year. Not so much in play, but people wanted to see a bigger leap from him. Now, his numbers are still pretty jaw-dropping. but I think he's got so much there to give.
He has a lot of potential, Kevin. And listen, I don't think his play was bad. He just had such huge expectations to live up to. I mean, player development is not a straight line, and it would have been very hard to have him take another huge leap forward. Sometimes you have that sophomore jinx, but I'm expecting a big year from him this season.
And here is Lynn following Marcus Morris's three. From deep three-point range, Love, no luck. The Pistons have gone 50% from the field to this point, 4 of 8. Pass to Drummond. And Meeks kicks to Jackson. Ilyasova sets a screen for Jackson. Down to 5 on the shot clock. And it's Drummond missing.
And mark that one down right there. It's going to be a long time until we see him miss another one like that.
A nice shot by Lynn.
And it doesn't really matter who starts the break with how he runs the floor. He seems to always be the one who finishes.
Yeah, he is so fun to watch and how he attacks the rim at full speed like that, man. It's something to behold the way that guy gets to the rim.
And I tell you what, anytime you get those easy ones, that basket starts to get bigger.
He feeds it to Whiteside. 1:56 left to play in the first. Right through the knee for the layup.
That kind of power move has become a trademark of his.
For the Detroit Pistons, they come in off the loss to Milwaukee.
Guys, it was like there was a lid on the basket in that game. No matter how many plays you make at the defensive end, hard to overcome such a lack of production offensively.
Well, you know, the high-quality shots were few and far between for them, guys, and they have nobody to blame but themselves for that. You've got to do a better job of working harder to put up points.
And Miami calls their first time out of the game. They are coming into this having notched a win against the Knicks in their last game.
And a couple guys got hot early, and then it became contagious. You could see that everybody kind of pitched in when it came to shooting.
Exactly right, Greg. I mean, normally there's a hot shooter. The defense can kind of lock into that guy and then let somebody else get some shots, but that wasn't even an option in that game because everybody was on fire.
That's leadership. Really, really valuable to have someone who can just take charge like he has.
Well, there's a certain amount of confidence you have when the ball is in his hands at that end of the floor right now. I mean, he just gives you a sense of calm and confidence because of how good he is.
Now here's Dang. High post, Stoudemire. From 16 feet away, he cans it.
You know, as soon as he recognized the height mismatch, he immediately pulled up for the jump.
And, Greg, that's just good basketball. Come on, good basketball there. A clean look from that range. He's got to take it.
And the dunk by Jackson.
And ran his man straight into the screen and got a clear path to the bucket.
That is how it is done.
Excellent team play there on the pick, and then he ripped it down.
And it's blocked. Johnson outside. Here's Caldwell Pope outside for Jackson. Second chance shot. And it's Lynn with the rebound.
The inside just a bit too congested for him to get the usual shot he would have with rhythm. Boy, this game is off to a flying start.
Yeah, we're seeing some high-octane offense from both sides in this one.
Now here's Jackson. 17 points for him last game against Milwaukee.
And was a force on the defensive side as well. 4 steals over the course of that game.
And he gets it to go. Lynn with it, with 1 on the clock. Got it off in time, but it's no good. And a high-scoring first quarter. Both teams really filling it up. Pistons lead by 3. Welcome back, folks. We have a close game here at the start of the second quarter of play. And what stands out to you from the Pistons so far in this one?
You know, they're not going to sit back and just take jump shots. It's all about attacking the paint and getting to the rim.
That's who they are. They've been the aggressor early, attacking the hoop and getting into that paint.
And Detroit was a 32-50 record last season. They didn't have any help from the schedule. They had a total of 22 back-to-back series on the year, tied for most in the league.
On the court for Miami here in the second, we've got Jeremy Lin. Chris Bosh is out there with Stoudemire. And it's Smith, and it's Dragic in at the small forward. And so it's Detroit with the ball. After the Heat pick up two, they set the screen. Blake kicks to Ilyasova. Can't make good off the pick. Greg, you just said the Pistons had a ton of back-to-back games. 44 were part of their back-to-backs, over half their schedule. Clark, they went 15-29 in those games.
And that's part of the reason why the NBA wanted to examine the schedule. I mean, it was a tough year for the Pistons. It's hard to get any momentum when you're playing that many back-to-backs.
Here's Blake. Amari Stoudemire with the rebound. Miami trailing. Here in the second quarter with a little over a minute gone. Pass to Smith. Out of bounds. Detroit takes possession.
A chance now to get a glimpse at how the Heat are doing early in the season in the NBA stats. First in field goal percentage. First in free throw percentage. And they're also ranked #1 in taking care of the ball. Not many turnovers. They value possessions like no other.
You said it all right there. The hottest shooting team in the league. And that tells you not only are they shooting it well, but they're also focused on creating terrific opportunities for one another.
Now Dragic following the miss by Marcus Morris from deep. And here on the 2K leaderboard are the teams with the quickest hands in the league. In the third spot, the Pistons.
You can't get careless with the basketball against this group. I mean, they'll pick your pocket, and no surprise to see them in the upper echelon as far as steals.
And they now lead as the free throw drops for him.
Well, we know prior to last season, the Pistons handed the car keys over to Stan Van Gundy. He had some early hiccups, but overall, I think they're headed in the right direction. He's a proven winning coach in the NBA.
And the shot is good. Here's Lin. J.R. Smith on the wing. Down low. And the jam by Stoudemire.
And another lead change here. How many of these are we going to have tonight?
I'm not quite sure, but I'm willing to bet it'll be more than a few.
Blake with it, defended by Lin. Morris a screen. And here is Blake. And Drummond gets to Blake. Drummond with a screen on Lin. 4 on the clock. Again the miss by Morris.
And no excuse there for missing that one after being freed up by a great pick.
Yeah, I agree with you. I mean, they came away empty, but they got the look they wanted, and really, I like the movement and communication there.
Here's Blake. He dishes it to Drummond. And he jams it with authority. Well, guys, this first half has been about as tightly contested as you could hope for.
Well, neck and neck, how about that? I mean, ferociously competitive. I mean, tight as me in an airplane bathroom.
That's not the visual I was looking for right now, but there have been a lot of lead changes. My goodness.
And Miami making a change here. Whiteside's checked in for Stoudemire. Cody Zeller comes in for Chris Bosh. Winslow's checked in for Zoran Dragic, and it's Green in for Smith.
How about that hard-nosed D in the paint right there? Nice job.
Impressive work protecting the basket. He held his ground nicely on that one.
Now, here's Meeks. He's had some playing time, but no score yet from him.
And how about the role reversal there? I mean, slamming it down right in the face of the big fella. And Jody Meeks last season, coming off the best effort of his career the year before, signed a big contract with the Pistons. They thought he'd be their designated three-point shooter. Instead, he missed the first 22 games with a back injury and just never really got in sync. Nice piece of work there. Get yourself a little space and pull the trigger.
Now for Jody Meeks, we were just talking about with Greg last year, Clark. He did have a game where he rained 9 3-pointers on Orlando, just one short of the Pistons' all-time record.
Well, it's all about rhythm for him. I'll tell you where he finally found some rhythm last month of the season. I mean, he shot 57% from the field and 44% from behind the arc.
Here's what Detroit's going with right now. Aaron Baines, he's checked in for Andre Drummond. Tolliver comes in for Ilyasova. Johnson, he's checked in for Marcus Morris. And it's Jackson in for Steve Blake.
It's a tight one. Neither team really able to create any separation.
We've been going back and forth, partner. It's been really, really tight so far.
Now here's Jackson. They know he's going to give him a lift with his scoring. He's averaging 16 points a game. He kicks it to Tolliver. That's good, and it's Jackson with the assist that time. Jackson's got his 5th assist in this one. The Heat have gone 4 of 7 from the field in this second quarter so far. Right side, Green. 1 up, 1 down. 2 points with his first shot this game.
And every once in a while, he'll show up and give you some great moves around the hoop.
On the wing, Jackson. 1:07 left to play here in the half. Tries it from 19. No good. And Miami the other way now. This game against Detroit here, it's their first meeting of the season.
And they dropped the season series to these guys a year ago. Not their proudest moment.
Greg, a team that on paper they expect to beat, great teams take care of business against the bottom feeders. We'll see if they can handle that end of the bargain here tonight. You know, there's no better sign of how efficiently a team is operating than their assist numbers. And theirs are fantastic.
Just beautiful when they play the game like this.
Caldwell Pope, he's checked in for Detroit. And then for Miami, Sanders comes in for Hassan Whiteside. And Kevin Love is subbed in for Zeller. Now here's Green. He had 10 points in the win against New York.
Yeah, but he was the ultimate two-way player. Defensively also doing a great job. A couple blocks in that game as well.
Here's Jackson. That's tipped. And we're through the first half of basketball here, and what's been a good one. Pistons ahead. They lead by 1. And time now to go courtside as we send you over to Doris Burke from the sideline. Doris?
Thanks, Kevin. Coach, what do you think the team needs to do differently on the defensive end in the second half?
Well, a little bit more activity. We just have to be committed to what we do. Our identity to be aggressive, but more consistent with it.
Coach, thank you for the time. Gentlemen, back to you.
Thank you, Doris.
It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Welcome back, everybody. It's the 2K Sports Halftime Show. Ernie Johnson along with Kenny the Jet Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. It was a closely contested first quarter for Detroit. At the end of the period, they held a 3-point lead. They were outscored by just a bit in the second quarter as they go into the break now holding just a 1-point advantage. Kenny, what's your take on Detroit so far?
Defensively, they did a great job of contesting shots and making things difficult. They faced several attempted runs, and they came up with key stops. It was punch, counterpunch there for a while, and it's close, but the fight is going on.
And Shaq, your thoughts on the Heat?
They ran their offense very well in the first half. There were almost no forced shots. It was good, smart basketball. The motion in their offense was terrific. They made those defenders work very hard. I like what I saw from them for the most part.
And that'll do it for now as the second half of our game is about to get underway. Kevin Harlan has the call.
It's been a back-and-forth game so far with no ground given through the first half. Third quarter starting here now.
Drummond having a terrific game. 10 points and a pretty good rebounding performance from him also.
And Clark, he's been terrific in terms of his positioning and boxing out very well also, just battling hard on every possession.
We've got Ilyasova, Jody Meeks out there with Reggie Jackson. Then it's Marcus Morris, and it's Drummond in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. That's the group for Detroit right now.
And for Kevin Love, such a big part of that Minnesota Timberwolves franchise. I mean, they drafted him 5th overall back in 08, and really he had been their catalyst his entire career. Even last year when he decided he finally wanted out, he helped the Wolves land Andrew Wiggins in the trade that shook the league.
Now Green, after Justice Winslow missing on that last 3-pointer. And Clark, a great competitive game so far.
Yeah, tit for tat. I mean, back and forth, plenty of lead changes, and excellent play.
And from the look of it, this one could go right down to the wire.
Here's Jackson after the Heat pick up 2. Pass to Drummond. To the inside. Meeks, good. Meeks got his second basket of the night. Well, Kevin Love, and we've kind of gone over some things in Minnesota with Greg, but Clark, Kevin Love probably wasn't long for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, it was time for fresh scenery, and that's why the Cavs offered up the house, including Wiggins, who eventually became Rookie of the Year, for the chance to get Love.
Here's Morris. Justice Winslow picking up that last bucket. Here's Drummond. Can't get it to go. Good work defensively by Whiteside. Now here's Winslow. He's guarded closer. And it's Love penetrating. And it's Miami with another.
Guys, they've had a solid start to the second half offensively. Gotten good looks, and they've made 3 out of 4 of them.
Clark, some tough offensive sets. They want to turn it around.
Yeah, they need a basket just to regain some momentum here, Kevin.
Jackson passes to Ilyasova. Free throw line jump shot. And it's Whiteside with the rebound.
And they're 1 of 4 here to start the second half.
Here's Green. The basket good off the assist from Lynn. Lynn's got 4 assists now tonight.
And bullseye with that assist. Nice delivery there in traffic. Cannot be happy with how things have gone during this run. I think it's a good decision to take a break.
Yeah, I agree with you, Greg. I mean, he had to do something. They're getting Buffalo and beat up. He couldn't let that continue. He had to call the timeout there.
And the Pistons making a change here. Blake's checked in. Then for the Heat, Chris Bosh is checked in for Love. And Smith subbed in for Green. He used that pick to get in close.
And he came off that screen, and the D just didn't get over the top of him.
Yep, weren't there in time enough to challenge Greg, and when that's the case, you can mark those up for him.
And that's out of bounds. Miami will retain possession. And Miami making a change here. Stoudemire's checked in. A little under 2.5 minutes gone by here in the third. Smith for 3. Detroit with the rebound. Drummond's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Blake kicks to Drummond. Lynn against Ilyasova. Back to Morris. Blake up top. Shot clock at 6. Here's Drummond. Here's Ilyasova. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Ilyasova's got 4 points in the quarter.
Some big points there. I mean, they got him on a nice play to get the ball right to the bucket.
And exactly what they're looking for down the stretch, Clark. Just more of the same.
Boy, what a slick job of passing from Jeremy Lin on that one.
Well, last season, the Pistons didn't reach the playoffs for the 6th consecutive season. They're making progress, but as we can all see, still have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, you know, they were spoiled for a while there. How about going to the playoffs for 1996 to 2009? So it's been a rough stretch here of late, but you get the feeling that the building place for another push.
Here's Blake. J.R. Smith making his last shot. Drummond dishes to Morris. It's stolen by Stoudemire. And now Winslow pushing it up. No one back to stop him. And another basket for Miami.
Nice pass there to set that bucket up.
And that's 10 of their last 12 points that have come off assists.
Blake kicks to Ilyasova. Drummond a screen. 11 feet away. Reverses, and it's sent back by Bosch.
It just hasn't been a very good day for him, guys. They need him to start burying some of those.
Smith inside. He's guarded by Meeks. And it's Smith missing. Pistons trail by 7. There's 1:26 left to play here in the third. This is to Meeks. Lets the 3 fly. Good. And the assist goes to Blake. Blake's got 3 assists tonight.
Man, that is not an easy shot right there. I mean, he had to get it off over a much taller defender.
Yeah, he needed to add just a little more loft on that one because of the size mismatch, and he did it perfectly.
So Detroit ends up going with the new group. The Heat also changing it up. Larry Sanders is checked in for Stoudemire. Zeller comes in for Chris Bosh. And it's Dang in for Winslow. Shot by Zeller, no good.
And even though he missed that, you have to take those shots when you get the opportunity.
Exactly. They don't come much better or easier than that.
And it's out of bounds. They say last touch by Dang. .59 seconds left to play in the third. To the middle. Here's Jackson. Johnson, the pass to Jackson. Feeds to Tolliver. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up and 2 shots coming up. This is his second trip to the free throw line. First free throw is good. Greg, after a run of 10 playoff trips in 11 years, the Miami Heat missing the postseason last year, they'd end up a game back of the 8th spot.
Yeah, and what's hard for the Heat, Kevin, is that they were in the playoff picture for most of the year, and as the season wore on, they slowly fell out of that top 8.
Green, he's checked in for J.R. Smith. Now here's Green. He's got 6. Zeller. And there's a nice one-handed slam.
And that's how it's done. I mean, find that hole in the D and then go hard to the rack.
Maybe that hole was a little bigger than it should have been.
Well, it was. I mean, a tight game like this one, you'd think they'd have a little more energy at the defensive end than that.
And they get it back. And he gets it to go. And it's 6 points for Reggie Jackson.
And really smart to draw his man out to the perimeter. He's giving up too much size to be effective inside.
He showed nice basketball IQ. I agree, Greg. I mean, if he finds his spot on the perimeter and doesn't force it, I think his outside shot will be hard to block no matter who's defending him.
We welcome you back to what has been a good one here as we get into the fourth quarter. So it's Detroit now. A 2-point game on the floor for Miami starting the fourth. Kevin Love out there with Whiteside. And it's Green. Then it's Jeremy Lin. And it's Dang in at the small forward position. Drummond dishes to Jackson. Back to Drummond. 5 on the clock. That's good. And it's Jackson with the assist that time.
Well, they were sleeping on defense. The defense really didn't do its job. I mean, a little slow to react to the ball getting into the paint. That's costly.
And at this stage of a tight game, the tired legs really start to show. A defense becomes vulnerable if you can continue to pound it inside.
And, well, Detroit shooting in this game 45%. Now the pass to Caldwell Pope. Here's the screen. Johnson left side. And it's blocked by Dang. They recover it.
Yeah, way to play in attack mode and get to the line.
And, you know, the defense gets their money's worth on that foul. Stopping the layup and not giving up the and one.
And the Pistons making a change here. Morris is checked in. And that's good as he hits both of his shots. And what a tough position Luol Deng found himself in last year in a small forward swap of sorts. LeBron James goes from Miami to Cleveland. Deng goes from Cleveland to Miami. He had his choice. There was Atlanta that was in the mix there too, but he goes to the Miami Heat. He's bounced around a little bit. but still a very big talent.
He is. You know, he kind of likes following legends. Remember, Scottie Pippen was that great small forward in Chicago, and Luol Deng was the next heir apparent. So he seemed to be pretty comfortable stepping into LeBron's role. Unfortunately, not able to deliver at the same level. And let's face it, the problem is you can't make up for losing the best player in the game, and that's the case here in Miami for Luol.
And what a gutty play. I mean, muscles his way to the rebound and then just pounds it home for the putback.
Well said, G.A. The battle on the boards, Clark, could go a long way toward deciding this game.
You know, and if that play is any indication, that's a battle they're willing to put every ounce of their energy into winning. And, you know, getting back to Luol Deng, he wasn't entirely pleased with his new role. He's been a knockdown mid-range shooter throughout his career, but last year he was asked to shoot corner threes and volume, and that's not his game.
Here's Caldwell Pope. They double him with Green, and Baines kicks to Caldwell Pope. They set the pick. Detroit needs to get off a shot. The timely screen gave him a step, and he took it all the way.
And back to Luol Deng. I mean, he started last season pretty strong. I mean, Deng was actually healthier than LeBron at the beginning of the year, but the tables turned around midseason. Deng became hobbled with that knee, and LeBron returned to his old dominant self. And you can tolerate gaffes like that sometimes, but in a close game, man, I tell you what, that really hurts.
Ilyasova, he's checked in for the Pistons. Jody Meeks comes in for Caldwell Pope. Winslow's checked in for Miami. Smith comes in for Green.
Despite his ineffectiveness, the team has found other scoring options, which you have to have when one of your main guys is struggling.
Morris passes to Jackson. Wide open look. And it's Miami with the rebound. And there's the feed to Love. The basket good off the assist from Lynn. Lynn's got his 7th assist in the game.
Guys, his consistency in terms of shooting has really helped them seize control.
Lets a floater go. The second chance effort. Shot is good, and the Heat's lead is cut down now to just 2 points with that basket from Drummond.
Where's the box out? Some easy second chance opportunities there.
Those kinds of mistakes drive me crazy and will absolutely derail a team's chance to win.
Here's Love, and there's another one for the Heat.
And he's really made the most of his opportunities today. I mean, he needs to keep working for those kinds of looks.
Jackson against Land. Kicks it to Meeks. Outside Jackson. And Detroit again with the bucket.
And they'll be counting on even more points from him. That's essential if they're going to pull this game out. And did not seem happy about how things are going on right now, and maybe wants to make some changes.
I agree. I mean, just was not comfortable with the way things were set up at that particular time. And in that case, I think it's the right thing to do.
All right, let's go over to the sideline with Doris Burke.
Guys, over that last break, I listened to Eric Spoelstra address his team. He told them, this is it, fellas. Let's hit them right out of this timeout. Put some pressure on us. Show them how much you want it. Let's go get it. Guys, he's really exhorting them to give them a burst of energy.
Now a timeout called by Detroit. They're trailing by 4. 1:36 left in the fourth quarter. .136 left in the fourth quarter. The dish to Meeks. To the paint. Yep, it goes in, and the Miami lead is cut down to 2 on the bucket from Ilyasova.
I mean, you never expect to get opportunities that easy coming down the stretch of a tight game.
Pass to Whiteside. Foul call that time on the way up. That'll give him 2 chances at the free throw line here. And to look at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for Miami.
Boy, guys, I really like how they've driven the ball to the basket in this game. I mean, they've been very aggressive with it.
Yeah, but I also like the balance because they're doing a great job of getting inside and converting around the rim. I really like their aggressiveness. That is some tough defense there against one of the better finishers in our game.
Winslow kicks to Love. And so he earns a trip to the line. Officials saw the contact and he'll shoot 2.
What a great game for Love in this one. He has 18 points, and they've got to be happy with his work on the glass, too.
They really do. He is not giving up any ground in the paint, and when the ball goes up, you know he's going to be there to fight for it.
2-possession game now, guys. Some very important free throws there.
Now a timeout called by Detroit. They're losing by 4. 55 seconds left in the fourth quarter. Ilyasova, screen on Lynn. Jackson against Lynn. The drive by Jackson. So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
That's his second personal foul.
He drops the first one, and that narrows the lead down to just 3. And so Jackson nails both of them.
Guys, that was critical. I mean, that's what we're used to seeing out of him, though, at moments like this.
Love inside, working on Drummond. No one near Smith as he lets it go. It's good.
That was massive.
You know it. He's stepping right into the spotlight there.
Time called here. The Pistons decide to talk it over. They trail by 4. We've got 28 seconds left in the fourth quarter. And so it's Detroit with the ball. Drummond dishes to Ilyasova. Here's Jackson. Count it. And he has brought them to within 2 points.
What a shot over the bigger defender. That could prove to be a massive bucket.
Greg, does not get much tougher than that. Tough defense, high pressure situation, clutch play. I love it.
So he goes 2 for 2 at the line, and it's a 4-point ball game.
Well, it's urgent time right now. This is when they got to come up big.
Yeah, you got to get points here. I mean, there's no way you can get around it. You've got to be able to get baskets here in a short period of time.
Money! And what a sensational bucket to bring them within 1.
Great opportunity right there. He's got such tremendous length. He can just rise up and get separation for the 3.
Had to foul, and on that occasion to stop the clock. That's the enemy in this situation.
And you know what, Greg? Who knows? A few misses at the stripe, and they're right there within range. You know, late-game free throws are a lot different than early game free throws in terms of making.
Big-time free throws there. That could be the difference. It forces them now into a 3-point attempt.
And there's the call on Andre Drummond. That's his 3rd foul so far. Bonus situation in effect, so we'll head to the free throw line for 2. And that's an intentional foul.
Jody Meeks. That's his first personal foul. Shooting from his goal.
Gets the first, and that gives them a 4-point cushion. And he hits both free throws here. So now it's a 5-point game.
And that's the knockout blow right there, guys. Those free throws should put this one away.
And so it's Miami winning this one. A narrow win under difficult circumstances, Greg, as the visiting team.
It really was, but that didn't seem to bother them. I mean, road team, home team, all I know is they were the better team.
Well said. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. This is Kevin Harlan saying thanks for watching. Now we'll go to the studio with the award-winning Ernie Johnson.
The 2K Sports post-game show.
Welcome back, everybody. Ernie Johnson here along with Shaq and the Jet as we present our Jordan Player of the Game, Kevin Love. The fourth quarter was all him. It was like he couldn't miss, and it was just one basket after another.
He was dead on from the field tonight, guys. I'd call his performance economical because there was no wasted opportunities. He took advantage of every good look he got. I mean, everything he put up was going in.
Well, his ability to get into the paint and get to the rim was deadly. For a guy who's mainly a perimeter shooter, it was remarkable how many of his points came right at the bucket.
And that'll do it for our broadcast tonight. Hope you enjoyed the show. For me and Kenny Smith, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kevin Harlan, and the entire 2K Sports crew, have a wonderful evening.
It's the 2K Sports pregame show.
Hello, everybody. Ernie Johnson here alongside Shaquille O'Neal and Kenny the Jet Smith. Welcome to the NBA on 2K Sports. Our featured matchup tonight out in New York, where the Knicks will be going up against the Miami Heat. A lot of W's recently for this Miami team. The game tonight marks their second of 4 meetings they will play this season, and they come into this one feeling pretty good after winning the last time they met. And before we tip off, I just need to ask Shaq, when you think back to great teammates, what are the qualities that make a great teammate?
Well, you want to play with guys who care as much about the game as you do, a guy who puts the team first, a guy who gets you involved, a guy who has the same dreams and aspirations.
We're coming at you from beautiful New York City as the Knicks prepare to take the home court. And it's back to Miami for the Heat at the conclusion of today's game. You love to get the ball rolling early in the season. That's what they've done.
And right now for Miami, they have performed above and beyond expectations thus far. As good as they've been, is it fair to wonder just how long they can keep this up?
Of course it is. I mean, I'll tell you this, they may have snuck up on some of their opponents here in the early season, but they're not sneaking up on anybody anymore. Teams will be ready for them.
We've got a chance here to set the floor, courtesy of Gatorade, all fueled up and ready to go for this one. On the floor for Miami, we've got Green, Stoudemire out there with Kevin Love. Then it's Winslow, and it's Lynn in at the point.
And guys, Porzingis was almost a rookie last season, but he opted to pull out of the early entry and wait a year for this past summer's draft. Seems to have worked out for him as far as how his draft stock has changed.
And so it's the Heat hitting on the board first. Can't get it to go. Great D that time from Love. Inside. A nice shot by Lynn. Lynn's got his first bucket of the night.
I love the ball movement there. He put that on a silver platter. Just served him up.
They really want to find that igniter here.
Yeah, that's right. Kevin, the offense has basically been running in place.
They got to get going.
I like the fact that he led his teammate right to the ideal spot. You don't always throw it to your teammate. You throw it to where he needs to be.
Now here's Love. 20 points for him last game against Detroit.
How in the world did they let him get that wide open?
Just around a minute and a half into the first quarter. There's Galloway. He's coming off a 10-point game against the Magic in Orlando. Nice shot by Porzingis.
Back at you. I mean, they immediately get those 3 points back.
Trading spray guns from long range. Trading blows from behind the arc.
Now here's Lynn. And it's Miami with another.
Lights out here, right out of the gate. Perfect 4-4 from the floor.
There's Galloway, defended by Lynn. There's Galloway. He's averaging just around 8.5 points a game.
I'm a fan of anybody who defends that way. I mean, they weren't about to open the door and just allow him to cruise in for a layup.
Good.
Clearly, they've been the hotter team here in the first half.
Well, they've been grit and grind, working for those high percentage shots, and quite honestly, it's paid off for them.
That's to Porzingis. Here's Galloway, defended by Lynn. Clock at 6. Here's Galloway. Trying to answer back, but that three is off the mark. Well, if you name an offensive stat category, the Knicks last season probably last in that category. All-around problems, Greg, for them scoring the ball.
Yeah, we may have to give him a new nickname, Last. How about last in fast break points, last in points in the paint, last in points per game, and then throw in bottom 3 in shooting percentage, and that spells a big
Sinks it, and the shot from Porzingis. The Heat leads by 6. Lynn kicks to Love. The jump hook, that's good. Love's got his second basket of the night.
For the Knicks, it really was a struggle just to score points, guys. I mean, they'd go ice cold at times, and they didn't have anybody that seemed to be able to get them out of that offensive funk.
They blow the whistle just as he gets it off. That's 2 points with a chance for another one at the stripe.
In that tight, with that much of an advantage height-wise, there's just not a lot the defense can do.
Catching up on the changes for New York. Kevin Seraphin, he's checked in for Lopez. Williams comes in for Lance Thomas. And it's Calderon in for Aaron Aflalo. And a new group in for the Heat. Sanders checked in for Stoudemire. Bosch comes in for Kevin Love. Luol Deng is checked in for Winslow. And J.R. Smith's subbed in for Gerald Green.
Well, the Knicks knew that it would be a year of learning. All the offensive struggles aside, they did get a chance to evaluate everyone by giving them ample floor time. At least they found out a lot about their team last season.
Here's Smith. And they're going to count the bucket and send him to the line. It could be a three-point play.
They've worked hard and created great chances for themselves in this opening quarter.
And if they match that effort at the defensive end, watch out.
Kyle O'Quinn, he's checked in for the Knicks. Now here's Calderon. He had a 12-point outing in their last game against Orlando. That's going to be over and back. Not watching for the line that time. Zoran Dragic, he's checked in for Luol Deng. There's 1:40 left to play here in the first. Dragic against Williams. Outside Dragic. Lynn, that's a two-pointer. And that one comes up a bit short.
You know what? You just cannot get much better of a look than that one.
Exactly. I mean, no way you expect him to miss that shot.
For the New York Knicks, they come into this one following a loss to the Magic in Orlando.
And you don't have to go too deep into the box score to figure out why they lost that one. They just had an inability on that day to make shots.
You know, sometimes we talk about a defense getting into the heads of the opposing players, Greg, but that night they got up in their own head. Just got in their own way and couldn't get out of it.
Here's Galloway. Off target with his three.
Boy, with an open look like that, he is so gifted. Man, you've got to play better defense. Eventually, he's going to make you pay.
Yeah, you can see he's still in rhythm, even though he misses that one. Almost always deadly when he's that open.
New York, no good that time either.
Well, I tell you what, that's too good a look to pass up there. Even though it didn't go, that's one you got to take.
8-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Knicks trail by 10. Pass to Seraphin. Up and in on the layup. Seraphin's got it back down to a single-digit deficit for New York.
They are really doing a nice job establishing a presence inside early.
And watch, Clark, how the game plays out, because this is going to open things up on the perimeter.
And a chance to hear from former number 2 overall pick Derek Williams about his focus offensively. 2 huge improvements for him. Greg, can he do more?
Definitely. He's already taken a big leap forward, and there's plenty more room for him to grow. He could become a real beast in this league.
All right, the second quarter beginning in just a moment. And when you consider how the Heat are doing, guys, what jumps out to you, stats-wise?
It's been about the pace. You can see they're going to try to keep this game in the open floor.
Yeah, and, you know, it's been a tempo that they like, and they're getting some easy buckets in transition here.
On the court for Miami here in the second. Kevin Love out there with Zeller. Then it's Deng. Then it's Green, and it's Lynn in at the 1 spot. Now here's Lynn. Aaron Aflalo missing his last shot. Lynn against Calderon. The feed to Amundsen. The dish to Aflalo. New York moving the ball around. Just 5 on the clock. Calderon for 3. They get it back. And foul called as he misses. He'll go to the line and shoot 2. It goes on Cody Zeller. The Knicks shooting their 2nd and 3rd free throws tonight.
You've got to appreciate their ability to make free throws. 81% as a team.
And they've made progress in that department from last season going into this one, guys. I mean, the numbers have improved.
And Miami making a change here. Winslow's checked in. Well, you look back at the 2015 Heat, and the injuries are what probably brought that team down. We can go from Chris Bosh with the debilitating blood clot on his lung and on and on and on. The loss, of course, which was not an injury, of LeBron James. There are a lot of moving parts with that team.
And that's a great point, Kevin. If you take any star off the team, things are going to get difficult. It was impressive that the Heat still managed to stay competitive once Bosh went out.
Calderon kicks to Amundsen. Dishes it to O'Quinn. Misses from close range. The Heat leading by 6. Here's Green. And power down the jam.
Boy, oh boy, to be young again. My, oh my. Got me thinking back to my days.
Oh, yeah, right. It does make you nostalgic, doesn't it?
Well, speak for yourself, because I could never throw it down like that. But I will say, it sure looks fun, doesn't it? And one thing we know about Justice Winslow, he is great on the big stage. He was amazing in the tournament for Duke a season ago. Got better and better as he helped his school capture the national championship.
The Knicks making a switch here. Lopez is checked in. Back to Thomas. Powered down after the assist. Let him into the lane.
And a sturdy screen set for him that time. And he doesn't fool around, just straight to the rim for the finish.
No way for his man to get around that one. That's for sure.
No chance, Kevin. I mean, the screen was in the right spot. His feet were set. He would have had to go straight through him, and that's not legal.
With Winslow, it's all about improvement and being great on the big stage. I think he can do that, Greg. You talked about, what he did in the national championship run. Clark, he was a fantastic foundation to begin with.
Yeah, you know what? He's not got many holes in his game. Solid at the defensive end, can score a lot of ways, puts his hands on winning at both ends of the floor.
That's good, and the Heat lead is cut down now to just 6 on the basket from Lopez. Miami's gone 3 of 4 from long range in the game. The drive by Green, blanketed by the D, fights to the rim for the layup. Green's got 4 points this quarter.
Yeah, heads up aggressive play right there. Saw the smaller man on him and took it straight to the basket.
Thomas passes to Amundsen. Lopez a screen. Amundsen kicks to Aflalo. The 11-footer. And good, and it takes a nice bounce off the right iron and down.
Wow, risky shot there size-wise, but the incredible skill that he possesses allows that one to go.
Well, the quick high release negated any height disadvantage he had right there.
Now here's Zeller, and another basket for Miami.
Boy, they keep hammering away at him inside, forcing that ball into the paint. Smash mouth basketball.
And Clark, it's a strategy that has served them well during the course of this first half.
Here's Amundsen. Got a piece of it. It's stolen by Green. From outside the arc, and that one's good. And now an 11-point Heat lead.
What a job he's doing here. I mean, his second quarter has been even better than his first, and that was pretty good.
Calderon against Green. Puts one up from 19. He hits the back iron and sinks the shot. Calderon's got his first 2 points of the night.
Well, they really started to come on here in the second.
Clark, it's about how much more focused they look offensively here. They're trying to make up some ground.
And a new group in for the Knicks. Kevin Serafin, he's checked in for Lopez. Porzingis comes in for Louis Amundsen. Williams, he's checked in for Thomas. And Langston Galloway subbed in for Aaron Aflalo. And a new group getting ready for Miami. Larry Sanders is checked in for Zeller. Wash comes in for Kevin Love. Smith checked in for Winslow. And it's Jeremy Lin in for Green. And it's the Knicks with the ball. After Jeremy Lin hitting the three, Calderon, no good. Bosch with it. He's averaging just around 8.5 points a game. Outside, Lin. Clock at 6. Rebound by Williams.
Boy, there was no hand in his face right there. I thought for sure he was going to knock that down.
And 1:01 left in the first half. Calderon for 3. Bosch grabs the miss.
Not really his best quarter as far as scoring. Let's see if he can eventually get back on track.
They're going back to the three-point shot over and over and over.
And they may have found the Achilles heel of this defense. That was their 9th straight point from beyond the arc.
Here's Calderon. No good. And it's Miami the other way. They put up a nice win against Detroit the last time out.
And the deciding factor in that one was their success from the floor. I mean, they just hit big shots time and time again.
Yeah, just the way you want it when you're the road team. Don't even give the fans a chance to get into it.
Down low. And again, unable to change momentum here.
I'll tell you what, the way he's been going this quarter, guys, they're going to need somebody else to pick up the slack.
Smith left side. And it's Bosch in the corner. Such a wide open look. Bosch has got his second bucket of the game to go.
Oh, they are putting the hammer down. A huge lead right now.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if we're talking about their offense or their defense. I mean, it's all been good.
And so a pretty lopsided game through the first half. It's the Heat up 19. Stay with us, folks. We'll get back just after halftime to start the third quarter.
And now, the 2K Sports Halftime Show.
Ernie Johnson here again with Kenny Smith and Shaquille O'Neal. We welcome you back to the 2K Sports Halftime Show. So it's Miami who's out on top at the half. They are dominating the scoring, leading by 19. Kenny, what's your take?
Well, their three-point shooting has told the tale here tonight, fellas. They've been lights out from behind the arc. Whether it's coming off a high screen or pulling off the dribble, it seems like whatever they're doing, it's going correct. There's not a lot you can do when a team's got this hot from downtown.
Shaq, what did you think about New York?
They're getting completely outworked on the glass. Giving up that many rebounds is how you dig yourself into a hole like this, Ernie. They want to close the gap on the scoreboard. They got to close the gap on the boards. You like that, Ernie? They want to close the gap on the scoreboard. They got to close the gap on the boards. Oh, so good.
All right, that is going to wrap up our halftime report as it's just...
Welcome back, everyone, to the start of the second half. Big margin on our hands, but we'll see if that gap narrows down in the third and fourth quarters.
Talk about complete control. Everything working in this one. For Green, he's got 10 points, and he's got 2 baskets from out in three-point land.
And I'm sure they'd like to get a few more of those out of him.
They've got Porzingis. He's out there with Lance Thomas. Robin Lopez out there with Aflalo. And it's Galloway in at the point guard position. That's the 5 for New York right now. Here's Galloway. Still getting warmed up offensively. No buckets yet in the game for him. That drops.
Really aggressive play there, taking it to the rack against the big fella.
You know, Greg, aggressiveness is really the only option when you're on the wrong side of the size equation.
Now here's Stoudemire. Love right side. Again, the Heat good for 2.
He has really shot the ball extremely well, as you'd expect. Like we say, he's been making sweet string music all day long.
Listen, the Knicks had a hard time scoring last year, just lacked any real presence in the paint, and lacking that paint threat makes things easier for the opposing defense.
And it's out of bounds. The Heat will take it the other way. Miami leading by 21. Outside, Lin. Now the pass to Love. 90 seconds now into the second half. Galloway kicks to Lopez. Here's Thomas. The shot is off, and it's Miami the other way.
With the success they've had rebounding the basketball, they're right where you'd expect them to be, firmly in control of this game.
And no doubt about it, rebounding is an effort stat, folks. They've been more determined than their opponent thus far.
And he was fouled on the way up. 2 free throws now for him. The Knicks shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight. And that one falls for Aaron Aflalo. The Knicks making a switch here. O'Quinn's checked in. And so Aaron Aflalo. Nails both of them. And we're just around 2 minutes into the final half of play now. Green kicks to Lynn. There's the steal. And it's Aflalo penetrating. Great D that time from Green. The Heat leading by 19. Puts up a 3. And the rebound goes to Lopez. The Knicks have gone 1 of 3 since starting the second half. Not quite 2.5 minutes played here in the second half. Lopez, a screen on Love. Another shot. Miami grabs the miss.
Well, that's a lot of bricks by them early in the second. Only 1 make on 5 tries so far in the second half.
And the layup is good after a nice lead pass. Love's got 6 here in this quarter.
Great job to hit his teammate on that move, Kevin.
Clark, they've been struggling here on offense.
Yeah, a little bit of cottonmouth here. Dry spell for sure. You know, the Cavs had a slow start to last season compared to how everybody thought they would play. Still, it was the best start for Kevin Love in his career and would end up being the most winning team he's played on. Says something about how long he's waited for success.
Louis Amundsen, who's checked in for the Knicks. Derek Williams comes in for Lance Thomas. And Miami also making a switch. Zoran Dragic, he's checked in for Jeremy Lin. Williams in the post. O'Quinn. And the rejection by Stoudemire. Now here's Dragic. He's been a reliable scorer for him as he's averaging up over 13 points a game. And Love, who would also go on to make his first postseason appearance, played in the first round last year. It was a complete 180 for him and what he was used to at Minnesota.
And even though there were ups and downs for Love last season, you know that he must have enjoyed winning for a change. And being in the league so long without making the playoffs, he finally got a chance to play in the postseason. Perfect screen there. Set him up with a terrific look.
Yeah, I like the fact that the setup was good, the screen was solid, but you also have to look at the fact the defender didn't do his job as well as he could have.
Looking at who's out there now for the Knicks. Kevin Seraphin, who's checked in for Kyle O'Quinn. And it's Calderon in for Aaron Aflalo. Here's Galloway. 5 points in the game. Plenty of space. Stoudemire grabs the miss. Stoudemire's got his 3rd rebound tonight.
And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the rebounding numbers as well.
And what I like about it, Greg, it's been a physical brand of basketball. It's had a little sandpaper element to it. Gritty and rough. But that's how you win games.
It's stolen by Green. Takes the 13-footer. No good off the front iron. Knicks trail by 21. Here's Calderon. That's good, and so Galloway with the assist. Galloway has got 3 assists tonight.
Oh, terrific way to finish that move there, going to the basket. Yeah, I think he just sees some things that can be improved and wants to get everybody back on the same page.
And usually that, to me, is a good use of the timeout. I mean, if there's something that he's noticed that can give his team a lift, I think he's got to try that.
Now here's Dragic. And the layup is good. Dragic has got his first points of the night.
And haven't we seen that a few times today, guys? I mean, their defense has got to have a little bit more toughness about it.
Galloway kicks to Seraphin. Galloway with the bucket.
And after a scoreless first half, you're starting to see signs of life here in the second.
Outside Dragic. Out left to the wing. Love in the post. Amundsen's there. So the whistle blows on the shot and 2 free throws for the contact right there.
And for Kevin Love last season, he didn't want to be called a stretch 4, but the numbers suggest he was exactly that. Nearly 1 out of every 2 shots he took was from 3, a much higher ratio than at any other time in his career.
Porzingis, he's checked in for Lou Admonson. And a new group in for the Heat. Sanders checked in for Stoudemire. Wash comes in for Zoran Dragic. Luol Deng is checked in for Winslow. And J.R. Smith's subbed in for Gerald Green. As Greg was talking about Clark back to Love, it wasn't his choice to camp out from 3 last year. It was designed that way to create operating space for both LeBron and Kyrie.
Yeah, and you think about it, it's hard to ask a successful post player not to play to his strengths, but Love made the sacrifice, and I don't think he gets enough credit for that, Kevin.
Smith against Calderon. He kicks to Seraphin. The 11-footer. The shot misses.
Well, I think the defense got lucky right there. I mean, he's going to make a lot more of those than he misses when he's got that.
And we welcome you back as we get going here in the 4th quarter. The final quarter of play can change everything. Now Calderon on the floor for Miami starting the 4th. Deng and Bosh, your small and power forwards. J.R. Smith out there with Jeremy Lin. And it's Sanders in at the 5 down low. And a moment here to take a look at some hustle stats for the Heat.
Defensively, they played with a lot of energy, and the steals we've seen are a result of that aggressiveness.
They've repeatedly gotten out on the break tonight as well and scored a lot of baskets in transition.
Here's Porzingis. J.R. Smith making his last shot. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Here's Lopez, and the rejection by Sanders.
Yeah, easy call.
Yeah, you can hear the smack all the way over here where we are.
At the line for your Knicks.
That free throw, no good.
And in the past, the NBA had the All-Star break for just an extended weekend. Last year, they gave the players a full week off. It seemed to be received positively by everyone.
The Heat leading by 20. And so the ball goes out of bounds. Lopez touched it last. Stoudemire's checked in for Miami. Outside, Lin. Back to Sanders. Goes to the reverse layup and drops it in.
Some guys will try to overpower you at the rim, but he likes to elude you and trick you. He's got quickness and a soft touch.
Now here's Calderon. New York, no good that time either.
And he rushed that one, no doubt about it. The D out of position, you could see the frustration on his face.
Outside, Lin. Stoudemire against Lopez. Off the screen. The shot's good from Stoudemire.
You know, of the last 6 baskets, 5 have come on the interior. This is major smash mouth basketball, guys.
All about imposing your will offensively, getting exactly the kind of looks their coach drew up.
And the Heat making a change here. Winslow's checked in. The Knicks have gone 0 of 3 to start the 4th quarter. And Aflalo kicks to Thomas. Calderon against Lin. Calderon, no good.
Well, I think he had all the space he needed. He just couldn't find the bottom of the net.
Puts it up. And another basket for Miami.
And the lead's not getting any smaller. Just an incredibly well-rounded performance here on the road.
And how good a feeling is that for this team to dominate the way they did in front of a hostile crowd? That is a satisfying feeling for the victors.
Now here's Lin. Calderon unable to get his shot to go. Lin dishes to Sanders. And it's going to be a 3-second call.
Well, you know, we're far enough away from the 2013 draft where we can start to get a feel for just how strong it was. I mean, the initial feeling was it was a weak draft, but there have been some gems coming out of it of late.
And a whole new group out on the floor right now for the Knicks. Zeller, he's checked in for the Heat. Now, here's Grant. To the middle. Got a piece of it. Here's Amundsen. And it's Lynn with the rebound. And for the 2013 draft class, not sure if there are going to be a lot of all-stars from that class, but there are quite a bit of rotational players that are effective.
And Kevin, listen, there's still a chance to see a couple of all-stars emerge from the class, as there are some elite talents that just need time to grow. And overall, there weren't too many complete misses. Almost every lottery pick is a rotation player at this point. He might not have the long-range ability of some other guys, but he will knock down open ones like that.
He dishes it to Zeller. So he gets the whistle. Contact on the way up, and 2 shots coming up.
You know, and for Cody Zeller, after that promising rookie campaign, he just did not tear it up in year 2. In fact, his production only improved slightly, but that was mostly due to the increase in playing time. Talented guy, no doubt, just still trying to find his way in the league.
Love's checked in for Miami. Green comes in for Smith. Here's Porzingis. He scores his 5th field goal. He's taken 9 shots to get those 5.
And he's really shot the ball well, but it hasn't been contagious.
The Heat leading by 23. And for Cody Zeller, Greg, there's a reason he was the 4th overall pick back in 2013. He showed the size and athleticism to be a difference maker in college. And Clark, now he has to do it at the pro level as well, and I think people are pretty confident he can.
Yeah, I'm agreeing with those folks myself because he does have the tools. It's now a matter of transitioning and becoming a little better shooting the ball than he's shown.
Here's Galloway. Justice Winslow picking up that last bucket. Galloway kicks to Aflalo. To the wing on the left. Outside Thomas. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Galloway. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D. So New York ends up going with the new group. And then for Miami, Chris Bosh is checked in for Love. Dang comes in for Winslow. And Smith subbed in for Stoudemire. Smith kicks to Bosh. It's good. The assist that time from Smith. And that's now 6 points for Chris Bosh.
And as we head to the final buzzer here, a crushing blowout, big-time dominance, and this will go in the record books as a gaudy win for the Heat.
And they could do no wrong today, Steve. That's right. This was a team performing to its Clark fullest capability.
Yeah, and a very satisfying win for them, too. A game to remember, and on the other side, definitely one you want to forget as soon as possible.
And so that moves their record to 11 wins on the year.
And they're going to get the second game between these two clubs just like they took the first. This will put them up 2-0 with 2 games left to play in their season series against the Knicks.
And you have to look back at this and see the huge game it was for Kevin Love. There wasn't much they could do to slow him down as he was converting every good chance he got.
Smith kicks to Bosh. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
And you can hear the disappointment in the crowd tonight. But we saw a team that was just ready to do battle in this arena. They clearly wanted this road win.
Crystal clearly. They came in here determined to steal this game, Greg. Their effort level, I thought, was outstanding, and they just took care of business.
Now, here is Smith. To the middle. And the bucket counts, and he's on his way to the free throw line. Try to make it a 3-point play.
Well, if it wasn't out of reach, it is now, thanks to that last little spurt.
And why put the brakes on now? I just say keep on letting it fly.
That one misses for Zeller. Here's Dang, and that one is good with the extra effort on the glass.
You've got to box out on the free throws. Put a body on somebody. The little things can make a big difference.
Feeds to Early. Well-timed pass, and he goes straight to the bucket for the layup.
Superb assist there. He played the role of the maestro on that one.
Lynn from long range, from beyond the arc, and then some.
The shooting percentage continues to elevate here in the second half.
Well, as a group, they've been harmonic since the break. In sync. Good team basketball resulting in high-quality shots.
And so Miami takes this one by a big margin. To come into an opponent's building and dominate the way they did tonight says, I think, Greg, an awful lot about this team.
I guess they don't need home cooking to feel at home. I mean, Kevin, just a masterful performance all the way around.
And now let's catch up with Doris Burke, who's standing by on the sideline. Doris?
Thank you, Kevin. I'm here with J.R. Smith. What was the team's attitude coming into tonight's game?
I mean, unfortunately, they're a losing team right now. We want to win by as much as we can, and defensively, we're doing what we were supposed to. So, got to get in, lock in, get some steals, and keep running.
JR, appreciate the time as always. Kevin?
Thank you, Doris. Great interview once again. And that's going to do it tonight, folks, for our broadcast. This is Kevin Harlan saying thank you for watching. And now to our good friend Ernie Johnson, who is standing by in the studio.
The 2K Sports postgame show.
Kevin, much appreciated. And now let's move on to our Jordan player of the game.
I think his efficiency from the field was the biggest factor in this win. He made over 60% of his shots. I don't care if you're playing one-on-one or one-on-5. That is a great percentage.
And that wraps things up, folks. Thanks for joining us. For Shaquille O'Neal, Kenny the Jet Smith, Kevin Harlan, and the rest of the 2K Sports crew, I'm Ernie Johnson. Good night, everybody.